We are now live, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hey, Carol, it's Kevin here. Just making sure I look and sound okay.
You look and sound great, Kevin.
Oh, thank you for the compliment.
You've never looked better, Kevin.
Were you just fishing for compliments, Kevin?
Yeah, that's it. Hang on. I'm trying to turn my video back on. I'm not a Zoom person as much as I am a Teams person. No, it's more like I'm stuck at home this morning. I wanted to be in the office, but it didn't work out today. So just making sure.
Well, you're undeniably handsome, and we're glad you're here.
Oh, thanks. Anyway, it is the biggest day. I actually wore the nicest shirt I've worn in about 20 months. So there you go. Anyway.
We're so
All right.
I wondered if you were going to wear your Sens jersey. That's how you do interviews, right?
No, it was the Red Blacks was the interview.
The Red Blacks, sorry.
That's right. Yes. No. I actually, well, here. I suppose I could do up a button and put a tie on, but you know, other than that, I did what I could. Okay, I'm gonna finish setting up a couple of things. I'm running 2 laptops today, so I'll just finish my setup and I'll be right back.
Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Chair. currently lost.
Dan Chenier.
Dan, you're not on mute.
Good morning, Team Parks. Good morning, Team Planning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Catherine.
Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Matt.
How are you?
I am well.
Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah. We took delivery of a new fridge after
Hey.
like 20 years. But that just getting the fridge delivered led to a very large cleanup of the house. You know, you got to get it down the hallway, so now I got to like clean up the hallway.
You know, that's a
Surprised I
big
didn't wind
dice.
up painting.
That's
You're
a big
lucky
dice
you-
roll,
you-
you know. If you
you're
have a
lucky you
fridge that
got one.
lasts, yeah, if you have a fridge that lasts you 20 years, I promise you that the next one that you bought will not last you 20 years. So that is a big dice roll. I can remember cleaning out my grandparents' place about 15 years ago, and they had a fridge in the basement that had been running just fine since the 1960s, and then 4 more that had broken down since that had sat upstairs. They definitely don't make them the way that they used to.
They don't make them the way they used to. Why, when I was a boy.
Yeah, that's right.
You're lucky you actually got it shipped to you. There's supply chain problems all across North America on fridges. I know someone has been told it will be 6 months before they get theirs.
Oh, good Lord. No, it took us a week. It's a small fridge, like we don't have a lot of space, but so I think it's not a popular size.
I just got a fridge, and the best thing about it was the box it came in and the kids' enjoyment of that. So I would
so
pay
true.
$1,500 just for the box.
It's so true. Eh? Great forts.
No, we're all set. We took my son's bar fridge. So when he moved back to Toronto, he's got a new place. He didn't have room for his bar fridge. So we kept his bar fridge. So now I got like cold drinks. We got a new fridge. It's just like, I want to go home and enjoy cold beverages and food. It's awesome.
Cold
we're-
cream soda.
Mm.
I've got a couple of cream sodas. My pizza joint, Carlos, has switched to name brand crushed cream soda.
Ooh.
That stuff doesn't hit like the Compliments brand. Like Compliments hits
Has to be off brand.
is, now with less melamine.
Did you
Well,
try
give
the
it-
pop?
Go ahead.
I haven't tried the caramel corn yet. Thanks for sending that over. I was so excited when I saw it. There was a bag of it on the counter. I'm like, I'm sure Natalie didn't buy this for herself. I'm going to guess this is for me.
Sorry,
But
Chair, go
Carlos
ahead.
does make great pizza. It is a favorite of a friend of mine that lives down there, Jeff. And every time we go over, they get Carlos, and it is wonderful pizza.
It's a great pizza. I don't know why it's not more famous than it is, but
It's always busy when I'm in there, though.
yep. And they got the kids from Fisher.
Mm-hmm.
Keep them busy at noon hour.
Well, I think
Good
we've
morning.
got-
I
Good
got
morning.
chili around the corner. It's great. You can get Indian pizza.
It's 9:31, and I don't want to interrupt your conversation, but
The pizza's
I am
so
going
good.
to take some liberty here.
Who's chairing this meeting?
Well, I'm going to start it right now. And
We have 5 different options.
whoa.
Well, then, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special joint meeting of the Planning Committee and Community and Protective Services Committee. Thank you very much to Co-Chair Moffat for calling the meeting to order. A few reminders for today's meeting. The meeting is being held remotely through Zoom, so those who do not need to participate in the meeting can also watch it live on the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel. Members of committee and staff, please stay on mute at all times unless called upon to speak, or if you're one of the half dozen people chairing this meeting. I will provide each committee member with the opportunity to ask questions or comment in the order in which they raise their hand on Zoom. Committee members will be called on first, followed by any other members of council who have joined the meeting. For panelists, the raise hand option is found at the bottom of the participants list. For attendees, you will find the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom window. And for those calling in, press *9 to raise your hand. And the coordinator and I will be looking for those cues. The usual 5-minute speaking limit will apply. Members are also reminded to submit any motions, visual supports, or declarations of interest in writing to the coordinator at their earliest convenience. Although the deadlines have passed for residents to register to speak to this committee, residents may still make written submissions prior to council on the 13th of October 2021. If you have technical difficulties signing into the meeting, you can contact the clerk's office at committees@ottawa.ca or by calling 613-580-2424, extension 22953. I think that about does it for housekeeping matters. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging that Ottawa is built on the unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. The people of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation have lived on this territory for millennia, and their culture and their presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. We honor the people and the land of the Anishinaabe, Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, and all First Nation, Inuit, Métis people and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Je vous remercie de vous joindre à nous à l'occasion de cette réunion conjointe extraordinaire. Il s'agit de la deuxième réunion conjointe à nos deux comités. These meetings are rare because the terms of reference for these committees are quite different, but the matter that brings us together today is the first ever Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan. This plan is a supporting document to the city's new 2021 official plan. Doit être approuvé par le comité de l'urbanisme, le comité des services communautaires et de protection et le conseil municipal avant l'approbation de nouveaux plans officiels. For the sake of efficiency, the co-chairs of planning and I agreed that we should meet to consider this matter together. Pour souci d'efficacité, les co-présidents de l'urbanisme et moi-même avons donc accepté de nous rencontrer afin d'examiner ensemble cette question. A joint committee not only allows us to consider this plan in the context of both committees' mandates, it also streamlines the public submission and delegation process. Speakers won't need to take time out of their schedules to appear at 2 separate meetings. And we do have several delegations signed up to speak to us about this report, so we don't want to take up much more of their time. But before we invite staff to present, I'd like to provide some thoughts on what we have before us today. La Communauté des services communautaires et de protection a reçu la version provisoire de ce plan en mai de cette année. The Community and Protective Services Committee received a preliminary draft of this plan in May this year. Since then, staff have been hard at work consulting with the public and other stakeholders, and then finalizing the plan based on feedback that they received. As I mentioned at the outset, this plan supports the city's new 2021 official plan. While the draft official plan provides high-level direction on parks and green spaces, this plan provides more specific recommendations and policy direction on municipal parks and recreation facilities. Il porte sur les infrastructures actuelles des parcs et loisirs de la ville et passe en revue les parcs et les infrastructures récréatives qu'il faudra aménager pour desservir les résidents d'Ottawa jusqu'à 2031. The plan looks at the city's current parks and recreation facilities and what parks and facilities will be needed to serve Ottawa residents through 2031. The plan also recommends various strategies to achieve the proposed parklands and facility targets and outlines funding methods for building, renewing, and improving parks and recreation facilities. And co-chairs Gower, Moffat, and I are advising you to keep the discussion to the matters at hand. That is, to this master plan, which is an overarching policy to be used by city staff and the development community as they plan and develop new parks and recreation facilities across Ottawa. This is not the setting for a discussion of matters that are not covered by the master plan, such as programming, fees, facility allocations, parks development fees, life cycle renewal and improvements or additions to existing facilities. Nor is this meeting a venue for requesting more facilities and parks in specific neighborhoods. Members of council will be participating in those decisions as part of the normal budget process. So with that said, let's begin. I'll now invite staff from Culture Facility Services to begin their presentation. Before then, we'll ask the committee
declarations of
coordinator
interest
to
sorry, Matt. Just
call the
Matt,
roll.
can you hear me, Matt?
Yep.
Yeah, we should have to do declarations of interest.
Should we not call the roll first?
Yes, chairs.
Sure.
I'll do that right now.
Please.
Councillor Brockington,
I'm here.
Conseiller Cloutier,
Présent.
Councillor Deans. I don't see her. Councillor Dudas. Councillor Dudas, I see you. Councillor El Chanteri.
Present.
Conseiller Fleury.
Bonjour.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Councillor Kipp.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor McKenney.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Morning.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Eglai sent his regrets. Chair Gower.
Here.
Chair Moffat.
Here.
And President Lulaf.
I'm here. Chair Moffat, would you like to call for declarations of interest?
Yeah, and I will just mention that Councillor Deans is here. I don't know if you caught her, but she just jumped in at just as you started the roll call.
Thank you.
Are there any declarations of interest? I had checked my own legal status because my kids sometimes operate illegal lemonade stands on NCC property, but it turns out that that's not relevant to this discussion. So, seeing no declarations of interest, thank you.
So we're moving on to item number 1, which is our only item on the agenda for today. The City of Ottawa Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, the final draft. We'll turn it over to Recreation, Cultural and Facilities Services to begin their presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to chairs from both committees and to members of both committees for agreeing to this special meeting. We have been playing cat and mouse with the official plan in terms of trying to complete this work in time for it to be ready when the official plan is ready and council considers it. And so by allowing us to present today and moving this document on to City Council for October 13th, we will have accomplished that. I want to take a minute to note the extraordinary work that Kevin and Selma and Deanna have done in leading up to today at just under 200 pages. I think you'll seen that the report that's before you is perhaps the most comprehensive review of our current level of service, matched up against population, and then some projections out to 2031, which we have taken every opportunity to try to provide a balanced, reasonable approach to addressing future needs. We've heard from a lot of stakeholders through COVID-modified consultations, but we're able to gather a lot of feedback, some of it relevant to what's presented to you today. And I want to assure you that what we did hear about some of the things that Chair Luloff mentioned about access to programs and fees and a lot of the other things are not lost on us. We have carefully inventoried those and will consider them as part of other processes to go forward. Approval of this report also launches some significant next steps, including a review of the park dedications bylaw, a review of the CIL policy, and then, in fact, some significant changes in those areas in order to give life to what we're proposing for you today. So to be brief, I'll turn this over to Kevin so he can take you through the presentation. Thank you.
You're on mute, Kevin.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, we've been doing this how long, and I still make the mistake. It's kind of embarrassing, but oh well. So before I get headlong into the presentation, I also have some thank yous to give. You know, this project, yes, I led it, but there was at one point even we had over 25 existing staff pulled in from all sorts of areas to assist us with things like, for instance, the public consultations, doing facilitation and note taking, or doing needs analysis. So this was actually a very much team effort. But I really do want to single out both Selma, who was the writer of an awful lot of this, and also the person who cracked a whip over my head constantly, and Deanna, who worked tirelessly, especially on our consultation and engagement strategy. And in fact, a little special mention for Deanna, being that she actually, when this was delayed due to the push on OP, which pushed our project, Deanna has graciously stayed on 2 weeks past her originally planned retirement date, just to help us finish and get this over the line. So I just have a special thank you for those two. Moving on, the Parks and Recreation Facilities Draft Master Plan. As Dan said, this is very much a very comprehensive document, where in the past we would look at our facility provision rates, and then in a more planning world, we would look at our land use, like park dedications. This actually is the beginning of morphing things together. So let's get into it. Next slide, please, Carol. So this is being prepared to meet provincial requirements. We are required to have a municipal parks plan supported by the official plan under Section 42 of the Planning Act. This is an important piece so that we can request parkland dedication based on density calculations, based on intensification. And also, though, under the September 2020 Economic Recovery Act, which requires we update our development charges bylaw. So the information in here, when we talk about facilities and facility provision rate, also speaks to a background study that is necessary in order to institute a new development charge bylaw. Parks and recreation facilities are just a piece of a development charge bylaw. As you're all aware, there are other things in there, such as transportation, for instance. Next slide, please. So this may be a reminder from May, but this is what I think it's always important to keep in focus. The master plan reviews the service levels for our current active and active lands and recreation facilities by types. the per capita provision levels that we're providing in here, as Dan mentioned, we're recommending a very much a stay the course for most cases. But we have identified where there are gaps between what we have and what we will need in order to maintain that provision level. But we also speak to the lands, how much new land will be needed in order to accommodate new facilities to be developed. And keep in mind, I'll remind this, active recreation land is really the lands that the city can control and build something on. It's not environmentally protected properties. It's not NCC Greenbelt. It is quite obviously the lands that we can use and do something with. And then of course, throughout this, and as you see in the recommendations, we have various strategies that we're proposing to go away, come back with in order to meet all of the recommendations that we've put forward. Next slide, please, Carol. So what we don't include is recommendations for improvements, replacements. So replacements is like a life cycle kind of thing. We're not talking programming or how much it costs to rent a soccer field or who gets to book which hour at the arena. It's specifically, we should identify that we're not looking at any really truly cultural pursuits in this. They're subject to their own plan, and the development charge bylaw itself specifically says that cultural pursuits are to be sought after elsewhere. Next slide, please. This is a slide we've recycled many times, but the big red dot is where we're at. That's today. We're finally, after a very long process with multiple consultations, surveys, writes and rewrites, and then even consultations right down to outreach to specific groups of need. We've finally come to today, which is September the 27th, finally going to committees. Next slide, please. So our consultations, we did 2 rounds, and I think there's many members of attending today that actually attended our rounds. In January to March was our preliminary consultation, which was, we have a ton of facilities. What do you think of them? Do you use them? What do you like? What don't you like? If you don't use them, why don't you use them? And that gave us guidance for writing our reports. And at the same time, we went out, we did our benchmarking against other municipalities. We came up with a lot of information and we wrote our first draft. We brought that draft back and consulted again to say, okay, we heard what you said. We heard of all these things. We've done all these studies. And in May to July, we went and said, here's what we took back from everything we learned from yourself and from other municipalities and other policies we've seen elsewhere. That was an extremely important effort, but also a very informative effort. We heard from the general public, specific sports organizations or people simply interested in a specific sport, community associations, but we also went to our institutional partners, be they school boards, the NCC, for instance. We also we're in direct contact with development industry because they are a major partner. They are the ones that often provide new lands and new subdivisions, for instance. We also sought advice from 2 different advisory committees, that being ACRAC and the ACC. And then, of course, we did internal circulations with city staff. Our feedback, we had over almost 2,500 surveys completed, 2,450, it says on the slide. We had 12 online facilitated sessions, and this is where it speaks out to, staff who might have been working at some of our various COVID response type centers or other facilities jumped in and helped us with this. This was a very, very helpful thing. And in these targeted online sessions, courtesy COVID, it was actually an interesting observation I have is that it was very impressive to see residents from, say, Canada having recreation needs consultations with residents of Centertown at the same table. So instead of the old days where we would have we'd go out and we'd all meet in the community hall, but everybody from that community would come in, we actually had the entire city of Ottawa attending at each different table, and it gave some very wide and interesting perspective, and it gave us, I think, more information than we otherwise would have gotten. We had over 25 targeted meetings, and this was reaching out to some groups that didn't necessarily have a voice at the table. Like, for instance, reaching out to community health centers to say, what are your clients experiencing? What can you provide us on their behalf. And of course, we received all the traditional email, phone calls, regular mails from over 70 unique people there as well. And all of this was so big. So our first round of the plan in May included what kind of consultation or what the input was from consultation. But this final plan that we've presented to you today is now got an additional document, which is our consultation summary report, because the consultation was significant and we wanted to write its own report as to what we heard. Next slide, please. Sorry, just going through my notes. So major topics identified by outside people. Very much OP speaks of intensification, and so there is concern about the impact of that on, and including access to parks and rec facilities. There was a lot of sport-specific advocacy. My sport is growing. I would like to see an improvement in this or that. There was a lot of discussion about gymnasiums and concerns because remember, we were doing our consultation during COVID. Community use of schools program from every board pretty much closed down due to COVID. So there was a lack of access to gymnasium spaces in the city because the schools had closed, and we were in that position to say, what do you think you need? Well, gymnasiums came up a lot. Obviously, there's an overall desire for more parks and rec facilities citywide. That's part of that. That's in the survey feedback, but we all saw this during COVID about access to amenity space outdoors became very important. There was concern about the differences in our facilities. We have brand new facilities in some parts of the city, and we have some very old facilities in other parts of the city. Where we count something as a swimming pool, some say this is an old pool versus a new pool, for instance. Many concerns about maintenance, operations, and as I mentioned, life cycle renewal. There was a lot of desire. I see your plan, I see your transect model, but what does that mean for my block or my neighborhood? That came up a lot. And then, yes, there was repeated requests to change the park dedication bylaw and CIO parkland policy. Often it was, we want more land, we want more money, we want better access to recreation. So if you're going to have growth, find a way to support it. Next slide, please. So in response to all of this, some of the changes we made, and these are just an outline. There was many changes made between the first and the second, but here's some of the major ones. Obviously, we had to change our reference to official plan because there was transect boundary changes. We had the population projections didn't come out until I believe it was August sometime, so we had to make alterations based on that. Our original population projections were based on data that from a service we subscribed to, but only OP could give us what the population projections were because they were changing densities, and the others at our service was not able to do that. We had received a lot of very helpful advice where we had minor errors. So we fixed our maps and provision level tables. With concern over gymnasiums, we actually added a needs assessment for gymnasiums, which actually is a very sensible approach because we have a needs assessment for pools, and pools are attached to recreation complexes, for instance, but they're separate. So we separated out gymnasiums. And we heard loud and clear we needed to add the neighborhood equity layer to our needs assessment maps to show where equity seeking neighborhoods are in relation to where facility level provision is. And also considering the age of our facilities, an amalgamation is 20 years old, which sounds like a lot, but it's young in the age of a facility. One of the measurables we did was we added total square meters of available facility space per 1,000 residents for recreation centers, community centers, and community buildings. That is because the way former municipalities offered their inventory of bricks and mortar could be different from another former municipality. And so we decided that it would be, and we were asked to do this, so it would be helpful to understand how many square feet per person is also available of certain types of facilities. And then also, yeah, public consultation discussion, move to a separate document, as I mentioned on a previous slide. Next slide, please. So key components, we have needs assessment for 23 recreation facility types. This is, we describe what that type is. We describe the number of existing and planned facilities to 2031. And when I say planned facilities, it's because we have an existing development charge bylaw, for instance. Or in the case of new communities, we have community design plans that have area park plans that say, you know, you're going to get X hectares of land, which means Y number of children's playgrounds, that kind of thing. So that's planned. And then we looked at our current and then the 2031 per capita provision rates and made adjustments where necessary. But this was also benchmarked against other Canadian municipalities. And this was very key in terms of how do we compare to municipalities across this country? How are we doing service level wise? And then we have a series of recommendations, strategy statements that come out of that, and we include mapping for all of our facility types that have specific needs analysis attached to them. Next slide, please. This is a sample slide. I believe it's document 2. You will see we demonstrate the entirety of our recommended provision levels. But here, this is just to demonstrate that, for instance, at the top, we have recreation complexes. These are the big things. We're recommending pretty much to stay the course. What we're doing is a rounding there. Same thing with community centers. It just got rounded. Playgrounds. We're not proposing any change there. But then there are ones that do change. Outdoor ice rinks. On the recommendation of the our colleagues in the climate change group, they were concerned about how long outdoor natural ice rinks might survive going forward. Right now, we get usually about an 8-week season, and they were concerned about it. But then also when we looked at our when we benchmarked against other Canadian municipalities, we provide the most ice rinks per capita for anyone in Canada, quite possibly from a municipal perspective anyway, anybody in the Northern Hemisphere, we might be the biggest provider. So we rounded up a little bit there to say maybe we'll slow down a little bit on our provision of outdoor ice rinks versus we heard a lot from basketball. And in our first recommendation in May, we said 5,500, and then we actually brought it down even further to 5,400 because we also looked at areas where there might be additional basketball courts potentially needed. Gymnasiums, another one we heard a lot about. We're going to increase service level there. Versus there's a lot of things here. I put lawn bowling greens, but maintaining current supply attached itself to quite a few, and that is also in I believe of the report, I think it's Appendix 3 or C of the actual physical master plan that says there's a number of items that we don't provide a service level provision, but it doesn't mean we're going to cease operating or anything like that. It just means that as opportunities arise, we will investigate further development of those. The other example I've been using just throughout these consultations was also beaches, for instance. We're not making new beaches, but if somehow miraculously a new beach opportunity comes up, perhaps we would look at it then. Next slide, please. So active municipal parkland. We recommend maintaining all the way back to the 2003 OP. We maintaining a citywide provision rate for active parkland at 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. We are not recommending, this plan does not recommend changes to the park development manual, which speaks to our park types or delivery methods, but the manual is also to come back for discussion. Once OP is passed, it's recommending that we consider additional park typologies, for instance. Next slide, please. So getting into our strategies and recommendations. The acquisition of parkland and expanding use within existing parks is the only way we're going to truly meet the identified needs up to 2031. We've identified several strategies in order to help make this possible. First of all, we recommend retaining all city-owned parkland, not selling off parkland for other purposes. Also, we're talking about the creation of a land first policy statement. This is something we will bring back. But a land first policy statement will truly speak to when the criteria are correct, that we take land instead of cash in lieu during a park dedication process or a development scenario. When reviewing the park dedication, there's recommendations that we go away and complete a review of the park dedication bylaw and the cash in lieu of parkland funds policy. We are not making changes within this document. It is to instruct us to go forward and make these changes, or consult on these changes. My apologies. Next slide, please. Additional strategies and recommendations. We're asking that council and committee use this master plan as one of our required background studies for the development charges bylaw update, and also the community benefits bylaw. This plan doesn't make any changes to the existing DC bylaw, but it is something that is a required background for part of the development charge bylaw update required in 2024. We're also discussing the creation of a targeted real estate acquisition strategy for parks. And this is simply to address the fact that we have areas of the city where they are deficient in park space. But we need to have some nimble ability, and we want to work with my colleagues in the corporate real estate office and others to help come up with something for council to review, where we can perhaps propose a process or a strategy for acquiring lands in perhaps a bit more nimble fashion. And then in recognition of existing policy that already occurs for affordable housing and funding, we are suggesting that we come back with a report to consider when city lands are sold for development purposes, that a portion of that sale is in support of funding parks and recreation facilities development. Next slide, please. So we are part of a bigger picture. There are ongoing initiatives and some new ones that are coming up. As we're all aware, the new official plan is underway, and we are part of that process. We are required to be approved prior to that from the parks plan perspective in particular. Following, there will be a comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw. There is a new green space and urban forest master plan that's ongoing. There is right now in the books coming up the recreation asset management plan. This is part of infrastructure services overall plan. There are, I believe, 9 separate plans they will have to work on. We are one of them. And as mentioned many times, we are going to conduct a review of the park dedication bylaw to go forward next year. And then subsequently that will require discussion of the cash in lieu of parkland funding policy. And as I already mentioned, the development charges bylaw, which must be completed by April 2024. Next slide, please. So here you are. That's the end of my presentation. I hope I haven't bored you with some recycled previous slides. But thank you very much for your time and your effort. And thanks once again to Selma and Deanna for such very hard and significant work on this project.
Thank you very much. So prior to the introduction of motions and questions to staff, we will begin with our public delegations. Chair Moffat, if you'd like to lead this portion of the meeting, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Luloff. Appreciate that. And yeah, if you have just to Councilor Luloff's point too, if you are working on motions, feel free to circulate them with staff and members of council as soon as possible so that we can have that consideration throughout the meeting. So our first delegation this morning is Marcia Morris, who is the Executive Director of the Ottawa Sport Council. Marcia, welcome, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's Marcia, not Marcia.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Marcia.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
I now know.
Thanks very much. As Councillor Moffat said, my name's Marcia Morris, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ottawa Sport Council. I had the opportunity to speak about the draft plan in May at the CPSC meeting. And I'd just like to thank all of you for the opportunity to speak again today. It's also a pleasure to address the members of the Planning Committee. For those of you who don't know, the Ottawa Sport Council is an organization dedicated to representing sport in the City of Ottawa. We were established in 2013 in response to a request for help from community sport organizations. We represent over 750 community sport organizations, and in addition, we work very closely with Dan Chengay's team on the municipal sports strategy, which is, as many of you know, a roadmap for the future of sport in the city. I wanted to share some thoughts today about the Recreation and Facilities Master Plan on behalf of our sport community. First of all, I wanted to thank you all on behalf of our sector for all the work that's been put into the plan. The plan's really important to our members, has been shown by all the consultation sessions and the extensive feedback that was received, as Kevin pointed out, from the sport groups. The opportunity to provide feedback to the plan from our members was very appreciated, both in the early consultations and then the consultations in June. It's really positive to see the development of the plan, which looks forward to the next 10 years and the importance that parks and recreation facilities are shown to build a healthier city, and the changes that were incorporated as a result of the consultations, specifically the addition of gymnasiums, because as Kevin pointed out, with the COVID pandemic and the community use of schools pretty much being suspended, we had a number of sports that weren't able to operate whatsoever. It's also very positive from the report to see the recommendation that Recreation, Culture and Facilities Service will investigate the feasibility of an opportunity to create additional partnerships with the school boards. This is going to be really important for many of our sporting organizations, because these are the facilities that they rely on so heavily. The unavailability of school of gyms over the last 19 months has been really challenging for all of our court sports. And one of the most challenging parts of it is that so many of these sporting organizations are run by volunteers. And so not only are they having to deal with the COVID pandemic, they're also having to deal with trying to find facilities. Having said all of those very positive things, we do still have some concerns with the provision level for specific sports, specifically in the downtown core. Outdoor basketball courts, fields, and tennis courts all have a projected 2031 provision level, which is significantly lower than the target. In the case of basketball, the target is the 1 to 5,700, or maybe now 1 to 5,400, as Kevin pointed out. But the downtown core's projection is 1 to 17,000. In the case of sport fields, the target's 1 to 2,800, but the downtown core projection is 1 to 17,000 as well. And in the case of tennis, it's also extraordinarily high. For all these sports, there's no plans to add additional facilities to the downtown core. And this becomes even more critical when you look at the impact that COVID has had on many of the populations in the downtown core, because of the disparities resulting in the whole equity concerns. Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment Foundation, the MLSE Foundation, came out with a report that talked about the impact on COVID on marginalized populations, and how it had an even more significant impact because of the fact that they didn't have facilities that they could access. So although we're adding 5 new outdoor fitness equipment areas in the downtown core, and that's really positive, the lack of sports-specific facilities still remains a concern to us, as it does to many of our community organizations that are trying to run programs in the downtown core. So if there is any way to look at ways to improve the provision, that will definitely allow the city to better provide for all of its residents. So again, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Also, thank you for all the work that's gone into this plan. It's obviously extraordinarily comprehensive, and on behalf of community sport, we really appreciate all the work that went into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Appreciate that. Questions from members of the committee, the joint committee. We have Councillor Fleury.
Mr. Chair, good morning, Marcia, and thank you for your delegation. Want to dive in maybe on 2 of the points and understand them a bit better from your perspective. So you were talking about the various facilities that are city-owned in offering spaces for the sports community. And I think if you go back in the report, specifically under the section gym, there's kind of a line speaking of the shared responsibility between school boards and the city. And I haven't heard you kind of, what are you hearing from the members, and what's your perspective on that? Because I know that is currently some of the most challenging areas for some of the local sports clubs.
So the biggest challenge, I would say right now, is the fact that no school gyms are open because of COVID. So if you look at the 4 school boards in Ottawa, they have just begun to resume their own intramural programs, but they're not allowing any outside sport community organizations to access their gyms. Not only are they not allowing that, they're not allowing community coaches into their gyms. So any sport that relies upon a school gymnasium, predominantly basketball, volleyball, pickleball, they have been completely shut out. If there is not a gymnasium that's available from the city, some of them have gone to domes that are farther outside the city, but what that does is exacerbate the problem for our more marginalized youth who now can't, number one, access it because it's not physically in their community. And number two, the rates have had to go up because it's so much more expensive. The second problem, COVID independent, is the problem that our community groups have to deal with in dealing with 4 different school boards. So every single school board has a different way of accessing their school. In some cases, it comes down to if the principal knows you as a group and whether the principal has that right to decide on individual groups. In other boards like the Ottawa Carleton District School Board, it's done more at a centralized area, but again, it's done on grandfathering, and in many cases, there are challenges with dealing with the custodial staff. So many of these organizations, although they feel that they might have permits, those permits aren't particularly reliable because if the custodial staff doesn't come to open the gym, they don't have access to it. So it's just a real challenge for anybody who's relying on those gyms to be able to provide consistent, reliable access to sport. That is in any part of the city, but in the downtown core, where those youth have no other choice but to use that sort of gym, it becomes a much bigger deal.
Okay, I'll come back to that, and I might have a motion or direction specific to gymnasiums. And recommitting, but maybe on a latter point. So we're in a political realm. We act as city councillors, but we're always obviously more knowledgeable in our own area. What are, from your perspective, what are the you talked about downtown, older facilities, access to programming, but if we really want to make a dent in the sports community in terms of offering those spaces specifically for youth, what should be the main driver in our provisions or consideration for facilities? What type of facilities and what should we consider in terms of provisions for those?
I would say back to Kevin's slide, I think he captured things like arenas where we seem to be doing okay. Gymnasiums would be probably the biggest area because there has always been a reliance on the community use of school agreement. That's no different than any other city. Every other city also relies on the community use of schools. And I committed to Dan Chenier that I would speak with the Ontario Basketball about if they're seeing any joy in any other city in terms of being able to access schools. But the reliance on schools and not having a number of gymnasiums definitely provides a challenge. I would say the other really big challenge, as we've discussed at committee before, is swimming pools. And I know it's been addressed within the plan to be bringing in a new 50-meter pool. The fact that we can't host any sort of competition in Ottawa anymore because the Sportsplex is so old is obviously very challenging. But the lack of even and what sort of pools we're building. Are we building 50-meter pools or are we building 25-meter pools? So those would be the 2 largest in our mind deficit. Understanding that there isn't an infinite pot of money and what we need to go after. That's why I was saying we think the plan is great in terms of it has tried to adjust some things, but it seems that there are some areas that if we did have an infinite pot of money, those would be the areas that we would suggest it being put towards.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Marcia, and thanks for coming out today, and thanks for your advocacy for sports and physical activity. I appreciate it very much. I'm interested to know if you, in terms of equity, if there was a gender lens on some of the analysis that you brought forward. because that, of course, is very important to get both to get all genders involved in sports. And I just wanted to know what kind of advocacy you did on that.
So we're doing more advocacy on a sport by sport basis. So basketball, it's just as important to the organizations that provide girls basketball as it provides boys basketball. And by the way, also advocacy on the LGBTQ front as well. And so one of our organizations that we've been working very closely with is Gay Ottawa Volleyball. So looking at what their needs are. So I wouldn't say we did a specific gender specific. We were looking more at a sport as a whole and not looking at were there discrepancies in access for a gender specific lens. It was more the access for the sport as a whole.
Okay, I just wondered if you had any recommendations in that score, or if you saw anything from your level.
So the one thing that we would, that's been very clear that's come out, a report by Canadian Women in Sport, is the dropout of girls in sport because of COVID. But that is more because of COVID than a facility lens. That's because of just all the different things that have happened as a result of COVID, the lack of physical activity opportunities, and the dropout more of girls than we have seen of boys. But you can't really attribute that to a facility perspective.
Okay, no, I get that. It's more just, it's always been an issue, but COVID certainly complicated it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Marcia. Appreciate your time here today. Our next speaker on the item, and just before because I think it's going to be similar in nature, I will say that I think councillors are aware that Chair Luloff and the mayor did write a letter on this topic to the school board, expressing our concern, sharing our concern with them about this situation, because I know our next speaker is also heavily impacted by that decision and has communicated with us prior to today. So I'll go then to Derek Firth with the Ottawa Shooting Stars Basketball Club.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks today for your time and allowing me to speak. And my name is Derek Firth, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Ottawa Shooting Stars, which is a local basketball club, and also on behalf of the Eastern Ontario Basketball Association, which provides programming to over 8,000 children in Ottawa, including many low-income and marginalized and racialized youth. So, as you may or may not know, owing to policy or past practices, organized youth sports that need gym access, such as basketball and other indoor sports, do not get allocated primetime access in city-owned or controlled gymnasiums. City-owned and subsidized ice rinks, soccer, baseball, and football fields are made available in primetime slots to their respective sports. But without knowing the policy rationale, major gymnasium sports such as basketball and volleyball do not get primetime access in the limited city gym spaces that do exist. With increased public focus on equity, inclusion, and anti-Black racism, we also note that the lack of city-provided gym spaces has been called out publicly over the last year. We would like to support you in offering some solutions, and as has been discussed here before, but according to the 2020 Nielsen Sports Survey for Canada Basketball, it's probable the basketball participation in Ottawa now exceeds hockey participation and is now the #1 youth sport for participation rate. But unfortunately, organized basketball in Ottawa can only get access to needed gymnasium space via expensive for-profit providers right now. As we discussed, that the reliance on community use of schools is a well-known obstacle for us to operate our programming. And all of this, it's important to note too, that all of this predates COVID as well. COVID has only, shone a light on the extent of the issue and has amplified that this year. So simply put, youth basketball in our city right now is in a crisis. There's not nearly enough gym space to support the growing demand. And, a large part of the growth of the sport has been due to the success of the Toronto Raptors. And year over year, prior to COVID, our local clubs were growing at a 35% growth rate each year. So every year, the number of kids wanting to play basketball, every 2-3 years is doubling. And we just simply do not have even close to the amount of gyms to support this growth. And that growth is only going to continue to go up sharply. We need to build more facilities to support basketball and other indoor sports. I want to say it's very important for the city to look at the rapid growth rate and not just where we are today, because that is going to just continue to go, to accelerate exponentially. So we're sitting here today on September 27th, and our club and all the other clubs in the city are not operating for basketball. We've got, like I said, close to 10,000 kids wanting to play right now, and we can't get in any gyms anywhere. It's a crisis for our youth for right now, for their physical health, mental health. Prior to COVID, this still was an issue. So at most in a given year, we'd have access to a handful of city gym hours. And more often than not, those city gyms were not what we would call, built to regulation. They all have their deficiencies. Either the walls are too close to the nets, making it very dangerous for the kids, which we often see in some outdoor courts that are built on hockey boards. A lot of these spaces actually aren't safe to play regulation basketball. A lot of the rims aren't adjustable, which is how they should be built for younger ages. So we know that we turn away hundreds of kids in a normal year, mostly from marginalized communities that we'd love to get to play. And speaking to the earlier point about a gender lens, the girls' participation rate for us this year is down just in the intent to play. We opened up a list. The intent to play is down roughly 65%, which is a massive drop. As Marcia mentioned, the impact is we need to rent out private facilities, which makes our programs even more inaccessible to youth in the core of the city. So what we're asking for is, quite simply to build more facilities and to repurpose more facilities, especially in the core of the city, so that the youth of Ottawa can play basketball as much as they want to play. These facilities need to be accessible by many communities and not to be built in the suburbs where a lot of kids can't access those facilities. So the practical actions that we're proposing can play a huge role in restoring youth mental health and physical health. And again, I thank you guys for your time and continued support on this.
Thanks, Derek. I'm certainly familiar with a lot of what you discussed. Well, my oldest son, has played against the Shooting Stars for the last 5 years, and it's not just in the city. I mean, it's the Upper Canada School Board is in the same position right now. So clubs outside of the city and the EOBA, of course, are experiencing the same inaccessibility to gym space, unfortunately. So we'll go questions from members of the committee. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Derek, thank you for the engagement with council and with the various school board. As the chairs have highlighted, there was a letter that went out to all Ed of Education for all school boards, signed by Chair Luloff and the mayor a week or so ago, which I super supportive of. But ultimately, I know that you're having challenges because school time and school uses does vary depending on location. And knowing that you're serving the core of the city and you've tried to get into every gym, what would be a good first step from your perspective for the city to commit to fulfilling gyms? Like, we won't build 20 gyms all of a sudden. It takes a plan. What would be the kind of the first measure that recalibers this and provides these spaces and opportunities?
Well, I see an opportunity to repurpose hockey facilities that are in lower demand. That's using existing spaces in other cities and repurposing them for basketball courts has been happening a lot. And to me, that seems like a very efficient use of space. there probably wouldn't have to be a lot of cost put into that in repurposing that, just laying out a court. It's fairly straightforward. You could fit a lot of courts in hockey arenas. And, apart from building other space, I think, if there is land available, there are also domes that are being erected for the purpose of basketball. That's another solution. And also sort of reinvesting some money in the existing gyms, putting in some new nets, some other, some smaller costs that could go in to make those facilities more usable. That would be a great start.
Okay. I appreciate you saying that. And I believe I have a direction in motion that sort of reflect both of those objectives. So I hope that you're able to stay on committee and then hear those.
Just one other point, Matt, too, if I can make. I heard Marcia was touching on the issue with bringing swimming competitions to Ottawa. We have the same issue in Ottawa. We're missing out on a lot of tourism dollars. There is no facility in Ottawa that is suitable to host larger events. So when we host provincial events, they're hosted in schools, and it's a large effort to try and organize all that. It's all spread out all over the city, even outside of the city. And, our Ontario provincial basketball events are major tourism dollars. And we just don't have existing facilities in the core that can support that.
No, that's a great point. And thank you for that. I know that the basketball communities tried to work with me to do a similar program as the Bell Canada Cup for hockey. And we've faced a number of roadblocks that you've properly identified. So thank you, Derek.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Derek, for being here. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points you're making, in particular about, basketball's ability to be a more equal sport in terms of affordability and who could participate in it. Certainly, it resonates. In my community, I'm seeing far more people playing basketball outdoors. I'm seeing the outdoor courts filled all through my community, and I know it's only getting more and more in terms of its popularity, increasing its popularity. And so I guess I just wonder the difference in the plan that you're seeing between indoor and outdoor. I think you're referring more to the indoor facilities. That continues to be a concern, and I wonder if you could just differentiate. Are you okay with the outdoor provisions as it's talked about in this plan? I know the main recommendation in the draft report seems to be for indoor to be continue to be that community use of schools piece, but I just want to get the differentiation if I can from you, and then I'll have another question.
Yeah, we could always use. I think we could use more outdoor courts in the core of the city. Definitely. They, like you said, they're always in use at any time of day that all around the city. And it speaks to accessibility to basketball, and we're all passionate about basketball continuing to be an accessible sport for everyone. And outdoor courts are fantastic for that. It's no cost for a kid. All they need is a pair of shoes and a basketball. The indoor courts, we do speak. Our programming takes place almost exclusively on indoor courts, and especially in Ottawa, during the winter. When we've all seen how kids' mental health and teens' mental health this year has been affected, but even in pre-COVID in the normal year, it's very important to keep as many kids active, especially throughout the winter, and connected socially. And we just don't have nearly as much indoor space as we need to do that. We turn away hundreds and hundreds of kids a year, and that's what keeps us up at night. We just don't have the room and the sustainable model to be able to support all the kids that want to play.
Well, I appreciate that. In my community, I know there's some new facilities being built, an indoor gym. It's a school gym though. And of course, Brewer Park, that's a citywide facility. I could see one day some repurposing happening there. But I guess the big thing that your concern is look, we can't just rely on community use of schools. We're seeing the reduction in the access based on just relying on community use of schools for the indoor gym status. And we need the city to be a partner on a growing sport here that is obviously not being I guess our facilities aren't there for that sport as much as they should be. So I guess the question to you, and I'll, you know, if Councillor Fleury has a motion direction around this, certainly support on this piece in particular. But the question for you is, in this plan specifically, is there a certain section or a certain area where we could, you know, make sure we're talking with staff about it, that there's you know, increase that you mentioned repurposing, but is there any other ideas about, you know, how you build new or any other options that you see for us going forward in this plan?
Yeah, in terms of building new, I mean, any court that would be built, you could build 25 courts and we would fill them up with programming right away. So in terms of specifics about, you know, how to build new, that's not, so I don't have too much of an expertise. I would say wherever there is land available, it would be great to build those new facilities. Yeah, I really think that the repurposing of arenas or building onto them, if that's a possibility, of building them out, expanding existing ones, seems to me like the best plan.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, we totally agree with the theme that basketball is popular, and it certainly is in our communities. The basketball courts are always full. I wanted to ask about lighting, and notwithstanding more indoor courts, I get that totally, but I get calls for more lighting as well to sort of lengthen the seasons, like this time of year where it's not so bad out, but super dark, you know, playing at 7:30 at night. Is that something that's being advocated for? It's certainly something I hear from the community, so they can play a little longer and feel safer.
Yes, that's definitely, that would be great. Increased lighting so that kids can play at night. We would completely support as many, you know, as many hours of basketball courts, whether it's indoor or outdoor, would be welcomed greatly by all the basketball playing youth and teens in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have Councillor Harder.
Thank you very much. I just have a question I've been thinking about. I've heard you say a couple of times now that you believe that there's more need for, well, more basketball players. And certainly I have a grandson that just made the competitive for the Blue Devils this week, which is pretty good. And a lot of other, obviously, interests, both boys and girls in Barrhaven. And I know that when prior to COVID, just a bunch of pickup, like a place to go and just play basketball. And even in Barrhaven, where we have one gym, which is ours at the Minto Rec, but it's so booked with pickleball, after school programs and all of that sort of stuff that takes it up. But my question to you is, in the areas of the city where some of the councillors have very, very large CIL funds, are you speaking with them to see whether they'd be interested in financially contributing, matching funds, etc., for the purposes that you are, you know, talking to us about today? Have you been doing that? And do you know what CIL funds are? I guess I don't want to put you on the spot.
I have not been doing that. I'm not as familiar with that. And just to be honest, like to Marcia's points, like one of the issues that we're challenged with is we're all volunteers. This advocacy has become almost a second full-time job for me over the last year. And there's so many things that we'd love to do. And you know, if that's something that you recommend, I'm happy to speak to people, but we are just challenged by our bandwidth. And one issue there that is specific to basketball, like, and I hate to pick on hockey, but if we look at,
please don't pick on hockey when you're talking to me, because that's a whole other conversation we'll be having.
I love hockey. But one main difference is that basketball is a newer sport in Canada. So the amount of players has gone through the roof, but the amount of volunteers and coaches is not even close to more mature sports like hockey and soccer. So even our volunteer base is so much smaller. So that we feel the pressure of just trying to, advocate and trying to do all this, and we're very limited in what we can do because of our smaller volunteer base.
Well, that's interesting, and maybe one of the counselors that I'm referring to, without naming any names, but they tend to be, in the very urban part of the city where with development comes something called cash in lieu, which means that they have a pot of money that they work with their communities to decide how to spend, and some of them have very large balances. So that might be, something that one of them, Councillor Fleury, for example, that it is, the sport commissioner could have a conversation about to help you advance sooner. And, we started on a facility master plan for arenas, about 7 years ago, I think it is now, but then it kind of got side railed with the Melnick might move to LeBreton theme, and many of us that I see here today will remember that. And Councillor Tierney was on the steering committee with me and we were working on that. That may, in fact, give you some of what you want. But anyway, that's just a suggestion. I was just wondering whether you had pursued that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And there will be a cash in lieu Parkland discussion coming out of this decision today as well. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank Derek for the really informative deputation that you've given here today to the joint committees. I wanted you to potentially elaborate more on the inequalities that some of the kids are facing. I've been to multiple events within my ward and throughout the city, and seeing the positive impact, especially of basketball programs for the youth, not just in terms of recreation, but also in terms of their development. And I know that you have been highlighting, your organization has been highlighting some of the impacts of the youth not having access to indoor facilities, especially in the inner core. And we know that there are specific challenges. I know talking with yourself and others, even the point of climate change is interesting, that the environment's getting hotter. Summer it's less tolerable to play in the summer sometimes, and then obviously in the winter the courts aren't usable. So I was wondering if you could talk and elaborate a little bit more about the inequalities that you would want to see addressed by this plan.
Thanks. Yeah, so I guess the first point on that would be accessibility in terms of location. So it's extremely important that our programming is physically accessible to kids in the core of the city. And when you have a lack of facilities in the core, and we're forced to run our programs in outside of the city, it makes it inaccessible for kids in the core of the city to make it to a practice at 6 p.m. let's say. They usually, many families do not have their own transportation to program. Many of them rely on public transportation to get to programming. So when our programming is pushed out location-wise outside the city and is farther away from where most of the kids in our community live, that's a huge obstacle. And it impacts kids to the point where they're just like, coach, I can't play this year. I have no way. And we do our best. We have wonderful families trying to, in organizing rides, trying to make sure that everyone can get there. But it's a large undertaking, and it is just not possible for many kids to make it to these facilities. So that's location-wise. Second is the financial accessibility. The fewer gyms that we have in the city that we can rent out means the more private facilities that we have to rent. Those private facilities are often also outside the city, but they cost 6 to 8 times more. So the fees across the city for basketball will continue to rise. So Our usual fees for the whole year were about $350 for a season. Basketball has always been very accessible. That's not sustainable at all anymore. So it's going to move towards like $600-700 and get closer to where other sports are. And the impact will be is that a lot of families just won't be able to participate. It's that simple. Like we do our best. We have a financial assistance program. We try to run revenue generating programs to subsidize the kids that need financial support. But you know, there are only so many ways you can fund everything. So that's the impact. And I see it on the teams. I've coached myself. I've seen many kids over the last few years just not be able to continue to participate, and a lot of these kids are sort of, many of these athletes are athletes that could you know, go on to play post-secondary even, and not to put too much attention on the, you know, the sort of more elite level, but we are not doing a good enough job to support youth that have the potential to be elite athletes, to go on to play post-secondary, to go on to be professional players. And basketball, on a side note too, there are also a lot of career opportunities that we're trying to provide. We have a lot of we have a junior referee program. We want to do midnight basketball. We have so many programs that we want to do that could have a great positive impact on youth that we just cannot operate because we don't have the space to do it.
Well, I appreciate that insight, Derek. I guess, would it be fair to say then that in order to reduce the barriers, not just for youth, but also for your organizations, that it would be in the best interest if the city does start to you know, redress the challenge around facilities, whether those are new facilities or repurposed facilities in high priority neighborhoods. So would it make sense for us to really undertake that and look at that in a serious way?
100%, absolutely. And you know, the social impacts of addressing that properly, there'd be tremendous benefits. You know, we're talking about impacts on the healthcare system, you know, being able to keep kids in sport, impacts on crime rates. You know, there's a great documentary I just watched about the history of midnight basketball in the US and the impact that those programs had in urban communities. And those are some things that we'd love to do here. And, you know, as long as we can get the space, we're ready to operate our plans.
Well, I appreciate all the work that you're doing. You know, we want to give due consideration to the challenges that you're facing, especially around facilities. I'm really happy that you've pointed out the systemic inequalities and the systemic challenges that we have, because I think that goes beyond and is also actually mirrored in municipal finance. A lot of the new hockey arenas, et cetera, are financed through growth. Versus renewal, which is harder for us to access in the inner core. And of course, cannot be fully addressed in my estimation by CIL. It requires a greater amount of general citywide investment into the core and especially into high priority neighborhoods. So I'm going to be very pleased to work with Councillor Fleury on a motion that really addresses some of those concerns around locating new facilities in neighborhoods that have high concentration of equity seeking communities that experience high levels of economic disadvantage based on some of your inputs today. So I really appreciated your deputation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ross. Could I just follow up with one point on that?
Yeah, quickly, because we have some more speakers.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes you know, an analogy that we've been talking about the last few weeks, you know, really helps paint a picture. But as of right now, like we mentioned, basketball is not operating. Our kids are not even anywhere, you know, close to a facility. Meanwhile, hockey is fully functional right now. Not only is hockey fully functional in city arenas, the heaters are running on top of the parents that are able to watch, and there's, you know, a nice snack bar where they can get a nice hot chocolate and the meal served to them. And we're completely shut out of gyms.
Thanks. You know, just a bit of perspective, and I'll try to be quick on this. Just for other members of council who might not know, or members of the public, there are other built-in barriers to basketball. that so that can compound the issue. For instance, my son played 2 years Ottawa South basketball. We had practice. Many of the kids he played with were actually from the South Keys area. We had practice in Castor Valley. We have regular season games in Belleville and Cornwall and Gatineau and Pembroke. Those are built-in barriers that you can't really resolve just because of the size of the league, but the distance traveled. And if it wasn't for parents, a lot of these kids wouldn't be able to make it to games a lot of times. And it's about that sort of shared responsibility on the team. But when you look at that specific barrier, we need to make sure we're not compounding with other barriers that we maybe can prevent. So just my own personal experience through that. So Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Co-Chair, for that. And thanks, Derek, for continuing to come out and ensure that we are thinking about the needs of youth and certainly around equity-seeking neighborhoods and activities. I know that, just pick up on some of the conversation earlier, I know, like in the downtown core, certainly, anytime I've consulted on the CIL fund that we hold, things like passive green space and recreation, of course, are top, but it's also things like splash pads and soccer pitches, basketball courts, now pickleball courts, and what the thread through all of these is that once they're built, these facilities are built for anyone to take part in them is low barrier. You need a pair of runners, you need a ball, you don't hopefully have to travel too far, and you don't need a lot of equipment. So these activities on their own help build equity in all of our neighborhoods, and of course the constraint downtown is space. It's having the parkland available. One of the things that, so on two levels, I'm not going to ask you to comment on parking versus recreation space, because I struggle with that, because people want to be able to come downtown, park, and use recreation facilities, but parking does take away from the small bit of recreational programming space that we could have. On the other hand, now we're being asked often to combine activities, and most recently, of course, it's basketball and pickleball, or tennis and pickleball. We don't have a lot of tennis courts in the downtown, so we're asked to establish pickleball courts, say, on existing, or we're actually building a new basketball court. We're out consulting on it at Plant Pool. What are your thoughts on that, like in terms of that combined activity on courts that require some infrastructure in terms of the paintings, et cetera?
I guess I would say that any hour of court is much needed for any sport, for our sport. I can't comment too specifically on like pickleball. I'd say often basketball and volleyball go hand in hand in the same spaces indoors. There's no negative impact on having multiple sports play on the same court and share the space if that's what's needed. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So just no formal conversations then around that shared space, because it's so I get back and I don't doubt it from staff that the markings are different. Some of the posts to hold a net might be different, and then you have it on a basketball court. But there's been, and I'll ask this to the Pickleball Association, who I know are coming up as well, but there's been no formal conversation around kind of shared facilities and what some of that protocol could be.
We haven't had any. No.
Okay. Well, I'll ask that, and maybe that's something that we could follow up on, and because I know that it is a pressure that we are starting to feel in the at least in the downtown core. I don't know about in other areas, but because we don't have a lot of space for tennis courts, especially not new tennis courts. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Derek. I have a very, very short question for you. I know how popular basketball is across the city, but I was just curious, in terms of your athletes, what areas of the city are they coming from?
So the bulk of our athletes come from, the core of the city: Caldwell, Heatherington, Overbrook, Hintonburg, also Glebe, anywhere central. It's a real mix of communities, but I would say this: most of the neighborhoods in the core of the city will play in our club. There are clubs outside the city. You can play anywhere, but our club will serve all of the core of the city.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I warned you it was simple. I was just curious.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't see any other councillor questions for you, Derek. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Go back to my list. Just bear with me here. Our third speaker is Jason Berghoff from the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Very short, very sweet. We wanted, of course, to register our support for the master plan. As has been discussed many times over already, discussions about parkland dedication and cash in lieu and a few other pieces are going to be the next steps, and obviously we're going to be heavily involved in that. But we did want to urge, as you saw in our submission, that the city really has to, go for a diversity of green spaces, parkettes, urban squares, linear parks, to really get the green space that it needs, especially on the infill side. As more and more people, we get denser communities, we really need to have a diversity of green spaces to service those people. Certainly there's been a lot of talk about, size of space for programming, and certainly we need a space that is large enough to program activities on, but you also need that passive and light recreational pieces as well. And that's all we wanted to kind of register today. Again, we're really thankful to the staff for including us in this process. We had good discussions with them at this first step, and looking forward to the next few.
Thank you, Jason. Question from Councillor Harder.
Thanks, Chair Scott. Hi, Jason. I wanted to let you know that I'm going to have a motion that Councillor Tierney is moving on my behalf, but it's one that really all the suburban councillors have spoken about, and everyone talks about 15-minute neighborhoods, and also those of us that have the new parks going into our communities know how fantastic the end product is, where the developers and the Parks and Rec staff under Kevin are creating wonderful spaces that are diverse and meet many needs. So I wanted to let you know that there's going to be a motion that will be speaking to opportunities for more collaboration, more Millennium Parks like we have in the East End, George Nelms like we have on Mitch Owens, possibility of one at maybe Carp Corridor or in the West End, definitely large space in Barrhaven. And I'll speak more to it, but I think that that's something that you can really contribute to in a significant way to give a better overall city that we all can enjoy. I hope that that sounds good.
Yeah, being out, I live out in Orleans, and I know Millennium is well used. I've been out there to even play cricket, and it's a great facility and a great destination spot out there. So
Thank you.
We're looking forward to it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harder, as one of the only 4 non-members of this joint committee, but attending today. So thanks for being here, Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berghoff. Just to understand, I read your letter to the committee, and I agree we need different types of parks. Just your thoughts on areas between new developments as we grow in the suburban area. Would parkland between developments, right now we see, you know, a new development goes in, there's a chunk of land that's dedicated to the park. So are you suggesting then that we have maybe use the land, the parkland, and give it to the community in a different form? I'm just trying to see, is a form like green space around the outsides to linking communities, that sorts of thing? Is that what you're suggesting?
Not necessarily, but that's going to be in a real site specific and kind of, you know, it's area wide basis through, you know, community design plan or through the secondary plan. What I'm more thinking of is like in the OP, it's directing to have everyone have, you know, access to green space within a 5-minute walk and access to 2 different green spaces within a 10-minute walk. And I think to fulfill those, you know, directions within the OP, we're going to have to, you know, have some, you know, we're going to have parklets and, you know, squares that have green space, not necessarily huge plots of land that can have major programming, but, you know, ones that are a bit diverse or maybe a bit oddly shaped.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that'd be awesome because there's all kinds of little things you can put in those areas that might be much more amenable to certain areas. Yeah, I agree with that. So, and I look forward to Councillor Harder's motion. Yeah, we got to do things a little bit differently than just, you know, it's a cookie cutter. Here's a parcel of land and a subdivision and everything gets plunked there. So yeah, I agree with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Jason. Our 4th speaker today is Kathleen Murphy, who is the Director of Design with the National Aquatic Complex Project.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. My concerns are around the aquatic portion of your plan and the allocation of 1 pool being built in the next 10 years. So from my understanding of the plan is that it's to be in the Ottawa South region. I believe it was a 25-meter pool, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. My concern is that it will not address, not even close, to the need around our 4 major aquatic sports. One of them being diving. I know there wasn't anything specific in the plan about putting in diving boards or new platforms. The Nepean Sportsplex is the only one usable at the moment for that particular sport. And then we're anywhere between Toronto and Montreal before we can see another set of usable platform or diving boards. On top of that, we are concerned about whether the pool will be FINA compliant. I don't know if anybody understands that, but there are processes around the FINA facility where we can host anything above a provincial or regional competition. Hosting has become extremely difficult to do anything above a provincial or a regional level in the city because we do not have a pool compliant with any of that, those needs. So I think my concern was mostly with that. If you were going to address the aquatic sports, like everybody else, including Derek, we're clawing at one another's eyes for availability. But mostly my concern was with not necessarily community, but the high performance aspect of aquatics in the city and their lack of training facilities suitable for that. So that was my question to you, whether there was going to be diving boards, whether the pool would be FINA compliant, and if that was anything that you were going to look at.
Thank you. I know there will be an opportunity for members of council to ask questions directly to staff after delegations. I do have a question. Councillor Fleury has a question for you. I'm going to just ask a quick one first. When Windsor hosted the FINA World Championships just in the last few years, do you know for them, and I haven't looked at their facilities, so I'm not entirely sure. Did they have a purpose-built facility for that championship, or did they already have the structure in place?
I think it was a joint effort. The facility was approved, and then part of it was because they were going to hold the World Series, and so therefore it was built to that specifics.
Okay. Yeah, because I know, I mean, obviously with the FINA championships, generally you want a 50-meter pool. I have been seeing a lot of, been seeing, sorry, a lot of aquatic, World Series type championships where it's a 25-meter pool, which are quite exciting, but I guess not so much the norm in North America. I think those are mostly European events.
I think too, Councillor Moffat, that it addresses swimming specifically in a 25-meter pool, but to do anything with water polo, artistic swimming, diving, it really does eliminate those sports. Like it's very swimming to a 25-meter pool.
Yeah, fair enough. Understood.
Hi, it's City Councillor Carol-Ann Meehan.
Oh, Carolyn,
I just missed your
you're on
call.
mute. Carolyn, you're on mute.
Is this the owner?
Sorry, Carolyn, you're not on mute.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. I just figured if I talked enough over it, you wouldn't hear what she was saying. Councillor Fleury, go ahead.
Oh, the joys of Zoom. Kathleen, so I have a question for you, but I will start with a bit of an answer. So your question related to a number of points around standards, and the city did do, Sue Shamara and Dan's team did a really amazing job of looking at standards for facilities. So every time there's new facilities built in Ottawa, no matter what they have, the city's team has done a really deep dive and worked with sports, but also with tourism to make sure that they meet our expectation relating to hosting.
Okay.
The second one answer to that is I know we have a commitment from city staff to do an expression of interest in the near future. I thought it was supposed to go out at the end of August, but I think the team was really busy with the development of the master plan in relations to the 50-meter pool. So, and if you look at the provision at the report, I know it's specific to the aquatic section. There is a reference to additional pools tied into that, and that's the type of partnership we're looking to add. So I know you and the board are looking at that. I know both our universities are looking at that, and certainly we encourage all of you to work together, because I think we can all benefit from a series of facilities that meet our local needs, but also our hosting needs as well. So maybe from your perspective, what would be the risk of advancing these facilities without a 25-meter preparation pool, or even a 50-meter preparation pool? What could you be clear on what impacts that would have on local and national competition potential?
The risk versus 25 versus 50 meters, is that what you're asking me, Mr. Fleury?
As a secondary pool, as we know, you need 2 pools, right, to be able to host at any national or international level. So what's your perspective relating to the second pool if it is a 25 versus a 50-meter pool in the second option?
I think the risk is probably just the amount of money that you're going to spend. It's the to have a secondary pool without the provision of a new 50-meter pool would be, for me, the creation of a new community pool. Not that that is not a good idea, but I think my presence here was to address sort of the high performance and the hosting aspect of our local clubs. They are very dependent on being able to host events for their revenue generating aspect and of course to build their clubs. So I know that without that, we're suffering. Without being compliant, we're suffering. And just the pool space itself, where the 4 aquatic sports are presently all sharing the one deep water pool in the city, and that's the Nepean Sportsplex. So we're training at all kinds of hours. We're pulling kids out of school. We share as much as we can. I know our diving club shares with water polo, which is not exactly safe. We have balls going into underneath the diving boards, and anyway, it's really fun. But I think that was I think that would be the biggest risk for you. Is I don't know if it's a sufficient way to spend your funds.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Fleury. I don't see any further questions, so thank you, Kathleen, for your presentation here today.
Thank you very much.
I believe we may have a colleague of yours as the next speaker, Mr. Peter Lawrence, who is the CEO and president of the National Aquatic Complex Project. Mr. Lawrence here. Carol, is Mr. Lawrence here?
Sorry.
Oh, here we go. There he is.
My apologies.
No, all good.
Got a little note there. I was muted. This is an incredible plan that the city have put together, and I really am incredibly impressed. Fortunately, our plans have been overlapping with some of the city advisors, including some tremendous input from Dan Chenier and Kevin Wary, and we're very pleased to the discussions we've had with Councillor Fleury. And what we're planning, which may answer some of the questions, including the basketball group, is that the National Aquatic Complex has multi-dimensional value to many things that have been brought up this morning. And we are really super pleased to be able to work with Parks and Recreation. But the complex itself will have two 50-meter pools, 10 lanes each, and a 25-meter by 25-meter dive tank, and all with variable depth floors, whether they want to have a 3-foot pool for kids to learn, which there are a tremendous number in the city, or whether it's the 17-meter depth for high diving, and that will be something unique. It'll be the first worldwide indoor high diving facility, and there will also be 2 gymnasiums and a running or jogging track, and by going with FINA and ISL, we expect to be fully compliant for national, international, even maybe Olympic trials. I think it's difficult to get Olympic Games into Ottawa because of the many other sports that are going to be required. We are in a local question, which so many of you have brought up. We have been allotted 29 acres of land by NCC on the north side and next to the LRT station at Herdman Road. This is quite a unique central area for access from the city, even from Gatineau, and also from east and west. The car parking facility will be great, and so will the road and rail access. It's not very far from the Central Railroad station, as well as just north of Ottawa Airport. So from the point of view of accessibility, it will be really unique, and it should answer a lot of questions, a lot of challenges that have been brought up this morning. And in talking with Dan Chenier, I agree with Matthew Fleury that the expression of interest was to be out, but we've been assured we will be given an opportunity to answer that expression of interest. I just can't express how impressed I am with the amount of work that everybody on here and others that have done to get this central plan running. And it is something that Ottawa vitally needs, considering Ottawa is expanding itself dramatically with the LRT and so on. And it's, from a point of view of a city, it's coming to life in a dramatic way. In looking at the COVID problems, many of you may or may not know that Swimming Canada did some tests, and they communicated with 56 swimming clubs, and they ran last year from June to September inclusive 282,000 swimming sessions, and there wasn't one infection. This really does reflect well on the preservation of health within chlorinated water swimming facilities. Kathleen Murphy mentioned some points about the size of the pool, and yes, a 25-meter pool is going to be valuable. It's going to be a community facility, but it can't accommodate some of the other aquatic activities, such as water polo because of the size of the area of the pool required, and also the perimeter area. I got involved in originating this project, excuse me, in 2017. And I got to thank Matthew Flory, dear, oh dear, excuse me, Matthew, for awarding me that Life Aquatic Award back 2 years ago at the Ottawa Awards. And I got that for over 50 years of contributing and training and introducing and driving water polo. And the city, for a little background, in 1963, head of Parks and Rec at the time, Dave Adey, asked me to help them with new pools that were being put in, and I helped them with excuse me, everybody, Brewer, Pinecrest, and Gloucester. Gloucester's now called Splash. So I have some background at realizing what the city has to offer, and so on. And I think
sorry, Mr. Lawrence, sorry, we just missed the 1 minute mark there, but if I could just ask you please to wrap up what your time is up.
Okay, I think I'll leave it there, Scott. That's enough, I think, that I've expressed it, but we do need the FINA and ISL approval to be able to host cities and create the economic impact analysis that we're already anticipating and analyzing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. If anyone's interested, just reviewing their website, it's very easy. It's naqc.ca.
Yes.
So you can check that out if you're interested. It's an exciting project. I notice can't help but notice that Carolyn Waldo is one of your governors on your board. So that's great.
Yes.
Or on your team.
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Lawrence? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, for taking the time to come today, and hope you can have ready access to a glass of water.
My apologies, really.
All good.
By the way, NAQC, people often say, what's the Q for? Well, it's because it looked like the National Arts Centre if it was just the NAC.
Well, and I think that website's taken, so you had to add the Q. It makes sense.
To a lineup, yes.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Our next speaker is Cheryl Parrott, Hintonburg Community Association, who is no stranger to the planning committee. I can tell you that much.
All right, just
Sure.
getting everything clicked on. I thought there was someone ahead of me, so I wasn't quite ready.
Oh, there was, and then they disappeared. So it's
Okay. So thanks for this opportunity, and what great presentations so far. And there's a real theme there that we need some help, certainly in the urban core, and I'm going to echo that as well. So we support many of the statements in this master plan, and especially the recommendation for review of the development charges bylaw. Clearly, the increase in the number of parks and recreation assets is not keeping pace with growth in the core, and it's only going to get worse. So we agree that the present development charges in the inner urban transect will not be sufficient to buy new land for parks, provide an increase in any facilities, or move us any closer towards the goal of equal access based on population levels. The report identifies that land in the urban area is expensive to buy, and it is. We're very concerned that over the next 10 years, we'll fall much further behind with the rapid intensification that's already happening in our community and the increasingly expensive land costs. So Hintonburg already has a density of 88 units per hectare, and we've got a number of buildings approved that aren't yet built, and that'll take our density to over 122 units per hectare. And that's more than the OP is hoping to achieve in the inner urban transect in the next 25 years. So there's much more intensification coming our way. Our green space ratio is less than half of the goal of the 2 hectares per 1,000 population. Right now, we're at 0.82 hectares per 1,000. And once those new buildings are online, it'll be worse. So we're happy to see the report acknowledge that with the intensification, we can all expect many more people living in areas served by much less yard space. These people will need somewhere to go for recreation, and this suggests the increased importance of demand on the recreational opportunities. So thanks to staff for acknowledging that. So the city will determine the park requirements based upon the maximum potential for development anticipated. But this is only a 10-year planning horizon, and the OP is 25 years. And there'll be a higher percent of intensification coming to the built up areas over the other 15 years. So the price of land is going to go up. And this needs determination must be done on a neighborhood level, not a transect level. The inner urban transect varies greatly in lot size, zoning potential, and any private amenity space or green space. It's not equal across that whole urban transect. I want to just touch on arenas because in the chart that was provided, the indoor ice service provision levels in the inner urban transect, where we expect most or a large part of the growth, is already underserved at 1 in 44,000 versus the city average of 1 in 20,000. And this proposal is to maintain or increase this inequity over the next 10 years. So it's going to be 1 in 48,000 versus the city average of 1 in 22,000. So it's actually worse, but rather than better. And keeping the arenas we have and adding to them to provide more equitable ratio is a better plan than reorganizing the 4 that we have and closing them in some areas. So in conclusion, please check the population growth in different areas at the 5-year mark to see if those projections still hold. The neighborhood level analysis is important as redevelopment does not happen equally within these huge transect borders. And councillors, please ask staff to develop a plan to actually fund this growth so that the amenities keep pace with intensification, because that's the biggest barrier. The staff have given you a great report, but unless there's funding for it, and we know that at this point, growth is not paying for growth, there needs to be a way to fund this. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate that. We have a question for you from your esteemed councillor, Jeffrey Lieber.
Cheryl, thank you very much for coming out today. Thank you, Chair Moffat, for the kind word. Cheryl, you heard Councillor Harder a little bit earlier speaking about, some large cash in lieu of parkland balances. So I think in our fund right now, after putting the money into the new La Roche Park field house, our balance in the ward is around $2 million or so. What kind of green space can we get for $2 million in Kitchissippi ward?
So certainly in this area, you can't get a whole heck of a lot. We've sort of figured out that if we wanted to increase our parks by a little wee pocket park, which would be 10 by 30 meters, so a 300 meter square lot, I figure it's got to be about $1 million for just a lot the size of my house, basically. Because if you buy the land, remove a house that is perhaps at the point of demolition, do the land cleanup, that's $1 million, and that doesn't include putting anything in it. And that's a very small pocket park. So 2 million is just a drop in the bucket. And some of our other buildings are always in need of fixing up. So 2 million goes nowhere these days, not in this area, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you raised an interesting point, and it's something that I've chatted about with Councillor McKenney as well, which is in order to try to fund life cycle renewal on some of our recreation facilities, council has had to say, we'll use CIL to fund life cycle. Obviously, residents know that in Kitchissippi ward, that's not a path I'm willing to go down. Life cycle is paid through tax dollars, but it gives you an idea of the pressure that that the cash in lieu of parkland is under in our very busy wards. No, I appreciate that insight, Cheryl. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe the NCC will let you buy a embassy lot.
We love that.
Too soon,
2.7
Scott.
hectares.
Too soon?
Too
Right,
soon.
it hasn't even come to council yet, and I'm already, yeah. I retract my joke. All right, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Cheryl. So our next two speakers have actually asked that they go one after another, and then we do questions to the two of them as their presentation is linked. So our first is Mo Garahan with Just Food.
Thanks so much, Scott. Executive Director of Just Food, and which has responsibilities to manage the Community Gardening Network in partnership with the city, a program since 1997. So I definitely appreciate the clarifications that councilors have provided this morning, and I want to assure you, I am not discussing programming, fees, specific allocations or locations, life cycle renewal, etc. Gardening is an organized recreation activity, even as it is also of other benefit and interest to other departments, including food security, health, climate mitigation, mental health, biodiversity, community development, etc. But given its breadth, it has implications for responsibilities across departments, not just within CSSD, where the funding mandate and operational liaison positions sit. The Community Gardening Network acts like a soccer association, supporting volunteer leaders to lead teams of people to engage in this active living activity. 125 total gardens in all 23 wards with tens of thousands of participants, and I'm not exaggerating here, since 1997, noting 10,000 residents are active each year at least, with serious waiting lists right across Ottawa. Programming for community development or community gardening is similar to that found in, for example, soccer, recruiting and training of volunteer leaders, sorting out rules, providing broad supports, training participants, public outreach, events, workshops, etc. But as mentioned in this facilities master plan, this is meant to be an overarching policy to be used by city and staff, not just the development community, but also the residential community, to plan, build, and improve parks, providing more specific direction on what facilities will be needed to serve our communities till 2031. Gardening needs a physical garden facility to function within, just like a soccer association needs fields to conduct their programming. Community gardens are different in that facilities are built and maintained by community garden groups. However, the provision of the facility space is required to be fully integrated into parks planning and thus within this document. I am asking for community food assets with emphasis on community food gardens, which have been a facility feature in Ottawa Parkland since 1997, to be established within this plan like was done for all other facility types. We've been directly told by senior staff that the official plan will not influence this facilities master plan. We see that this master plan is not able to be appealed and will be the guiding document for decisions on parkland. We've also been told that park staff, that they make decisions about community gardens on parkland, and this has been our experience in working with parks over the past decades. We are seeing greater and greater restrictions being placed on the development of gardens by Parks and Rec. Recently, for example, a cap of 30 plots per gardens was stated to us without any consultation, instead of doing it by a case-by-case decision basis, based on land availability, use, demographics, etc. We expect that this is precisely because gardens are not considered at the same level of core service that Parks and Rec are responsible for, as it has been mistakenly identified as being outside of their mandate. This is the catch-22 we find ourselves in. It's leading to underserving of community food assets in parks at a time when the community is wanting and needing more access. You can change this today. We need joined up policy with shared mandates across departments to achieve a livable city. Please require staff to report back to this committee by February 2022 with a proposed provision level for community gardens per 1,000 residents as a core facility type, based on consultation with key community stakeholders and city departments, to be added as an amendment to this facilities master plan. We don't want to halt the approval of this plan, but we need it to understand and properly integrate facilities for core services, which gardening has been in Ottawa for decades. The provision of this equitable access to assets must be extended. So please acknowledge Parks and Rec's role in decision-making on City of Ottawa parkland by changing this up to recognize shared mandates across departments. And now my colleague Paul is also speaking to this issue. We are both members of the People's Official Plan that has specific interest in this through broader organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. And yes, Paul Johannes is here as well from the Green Space Alliance. And then we'll do questions to either Mo or Paul.
So good morning, everyone. I'm here basically really to support what Mo has just put forward as a direction for this committee to take. And I'm supporting it really on the basis of the very broad consultation and participation we've had through the People's Official Plan towards shaping the new official plan, and in parallel, the parks part of the new official plan and this master plan. The People's Official Plan represents a large cross-section of organizations in the environmental area, climate, social, climate justice, housing, homelessness. It's a very broad coalition of organizations that have come together to try and influence the direction of the official plan. And in all of our consultations, food security, access to food, locally produced, community gardens have consistently come up as part of the solution, as part of what we need to make sure our official plans, our policies make available to residents. And so the concern right now is that it seems to be falling in between some cracks here, this activity. We look through the official plan. There are clearly strategic directions provided in the official plan in support of community gardens in several places. Community gardens are recognized as a permitted land use in the official plan. It's recognized that parks form a major component of the city's green space. For people in the urban area, their access to green space will most likely be satisfied through access to parks, access to local parks, rather than natural features and natural heritage features, which are also part of the green space master plan, of the green space policies. But if you go through the green space policies, well, you don't see any reference anywhere, whether in the green space designations or other policies that deal specifically with community gardens as green space. Fine. If we go through the master plan for sport and facilities, recreational facilities, we also don't find any mentions of community gardens as a land use, as something that needs to be provided through allocations in parks. So we have policies then in the official plan at a high level that say, yes, we must have community gardening as important solutions from the point of view of climate, community engagement, equity, livable city, green space provision. And yet we don't see in these documents, in these policies, in these master plans, in these bylaws, anything that actually would fulfill that policy objective that's expressed in the official plan. So maybe it's just that we're not seeing where it is, because with respect to what's before us today, it's not there. It seems that traditionally it's been there. And so our call is just to make sure that this very important component of a type of green space, a type of recreational activity, which somehow doesn't fit in one or the other framework right now, isn't just dropped, isn't lost between some cracks. And so hopefully through either a motion today that will locate it within this master plan, or perhaps in other master plans that have yet to be written, we haven't yet seen where the Green Space and Urban Forest Master Plan is going, that there'll be some resolution so that this is not left as an orphan set of policies around provision of community gardens for Ottawa residents. So that's so we just want to reiterate the support for action today one way or the other for ensuring that this is not just dropped and not given proper attention in your deliberations.
Thank you, Paul. Questions from members of our joint committee? Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Paul and Mo, for raising these issues today. Basically, we're talking about real estate that's called parks, and we've found that community gardens are part of it. I just wanted to get, I think it's important for councillors to know how much of the community gardens are in, for example, in the core, in the urban areas as well. Are they all in park space, or what we call park space?
Thanks, Councillor Kavanagh. We have 121 gardens in the city right now that are working connected under the Community Gardening Network. There may be a couple of other ones that we're not aware of, but those are all ones that are on city land, on NCC land, on faith group land, on business land, school land. Of those 121, 28 are on parkland, are on city-owned land, and we are unclear about the distinction between which might be under the park portfolio and which might be under real estate. We could certainly get that for you.
Okay, well, we'll ask questions to staff later on, but I just wanted to know, because in terms of decision-making of how we use our parks, I'm already finding that if there's an established community garden, I can't use that for putting something else in. Cash and lieu doesn't get us anywhere if we don't have land, and these are something that's already part of the community, so we can't throw it out. We obviously keep it in, and our issue is the lack of land for parks in tight areas. So I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Because we want to keep the community gardens going, and we want to make sure that they have a place in our future, so that they're not forgotten. So I'll talk more with staff about it in terms of when we get to that point in this dialogue. Thank you very much for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I wanted to also reiterate my appreciation for you bringing this to our attention. As someone who has Just Food Farm in my ward, which is on NCC land, but I also represent the Gloucester Community Gardens Association, which has hundreds and hundreds of plots. I'm very familiar with how important it is and how beneficial to quality of life it is to have these kind of assets in community spaces, let alone in community city parks. So I guess my question though is, and I will have questions for staff, but my question to you is that why would entrenching the role of our community gardens in this reporting back mechanism, in this plan, how would that resolve any issues you've been facing to date, or how would that benefit community gardening going forward?
Thanks for that. So noting that there are community gardens in all wards and that there's huge waiting lists, and I recognize that the part of this consultation process for the Parks and Rec master plan involved assessing use cases and future need. We feel that it's required to be embedded into this document so that the actual use and need can be part of this discussion. And we do feel, as mentioned, that Parks and Rec are understandably required to fulfill what they see as their primary mandate. And because of a siloed approach on mandates, in particular on this community food asset piece, as soon as it's entrenched into community CSSD, what we have found is oftentimes other departments will then say, oh, it's not our responsibility. And so they at Parks and Rec need to put their efforts towards what they are primarily responsible for. What we need is council to identify and acknowledge this joined up policy mandate requirement that, as part of community food assets, community gardening, bake ovens, community orchards, we deal with over 17 departments in your city and always have in our city. And so we need there to be an understanding of a shared mandate. And the way to do that is, like every other of your 22 facility types, to set a target per 1,000 residents. And this maps to some of the other pieces around the 15-minute neighborhood, et cetera. As Paul mentioned, it is resounding, the interest in access to this asset. And we believe that we're very creative with Parks and Rec, with other departments, to find ways that it can sit alongside other facility uses in parklands. So that's why we're very concerned about not seeing it here, because it is not identified, and Parks and Rec stated such. It is outside of their mandate, and we don't believe it is. So we need you as City Council to acknowledge that it is a shared mandate, so that it can be considered a core service that it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul and Mo, and I will also have questions for city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you. Hi, Mo, and good job there this morning. I'm just actually, Councillor Dudas asked my question about the need to have it under parklands. I'm just wondering, is there somebody on council who's working with you on a motion to get this in?
So unfortunately, I only saw yesterday morning that this was coming to your council. And so I did draft a motion. I know there are a couple of people that have stated that they would bring it forward. There's a question about its relevance here, but I'm hoping that the delegations of myself and Paul have demonstrated that we aren't talking about programming. We are talking about the exact thing that you're deciding on, which is a target per 1,000 residents. And please note that we do our best to ensure, and have done a lot to make sure NCC comes to the table with land access, with business relations, with, you know, as I mentioned, faith groups, school groups. But in some cases, you know, the parkland is the best one, and there is space in a lot of parks that works alongside other recreational activities. So we're doing our best, given that I just saw this yesterday. Yeah, our concern is that if this is passed without that kind of and we don't want to halt it, it's just to add an amendment for this to come back to do the time that's needed, but we need it to be integrated as a key part of the overall planning that's going on right now.
Well, I think you've heard that we will be questioning staff about it later on today. So I'd be pleased to work with you on the motion, and we do have some time. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate the community gardens, and I'd love to see more of them. So thanks so much. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Councillor McKinney.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mo, for coming out and reacting as quickly and acting as quickly as you have on this issue. As you know, I'm not sure in other wards, but I know in this one, we've established a lot of community gardens through our Section 37 community funding benefits. And some of our community gardens are in parks. I think of McNabb, for example, and others are just in kind of city land. Nanny Goat, the premier garden in the downtown. Do you see any? And I know that like the staff coordinator from the city is always through Parks and Recreation, which makes sense. So it does make sense to to include community gardens as a capital level investment in Parks and Recreation. Do you see any disadvantage or do you have any red flags on how our community gardens that are not in parks could be affected in terms of the management, in terms of the investments through the city, if we firmly establish this as parkland at provision?
Okay, so a couple things. One, there is a operational liaison housed within CSSD. So that's considered the city's garden liaison is in CSSD, right. But then there is an additional garden liaison in Parks and Rec. So because of the nature of working with multiple departments, I think many of the key departments have identified a key partner on that, because there is a lot of detail, and it helps to move things more smoothly. In terms of the asset mapping of targeting per 1,000 residents on parkland, I guess I would just need to have clarification. My understanding is the target per 1,000 residents is specific to parkland assets and not overall assets. So that would not preclude there being additional community gardens on other types of land. So that obviously would have to be confirmed, that that's how that target is determined, that it's specific to the parkland assets and does not in any way affect the overall program, which includes funding and both staff and community positions that support the programming side in those spaces.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know, and I think that it certainly speaks to why, you know, we probably should have this as notice of motion. We need to make sure that we get it right, because
That's
what
right.
we want, what we all want, obviously, is more community gardening. I don't think that anybody around this table or on this screen would argue that, you know, we don't want more community garden. We just don't want to disadvantage one model for another. We want to make sure that that the provisions are met in recreational facilities, but we don't want to. I just want to make sure that other models are not disadvantaged.
Yeah, it's never been an exclusive model. As mentioned, there's 28 on city land out of the 121. And even on city land, as you identified, there's different types of whether it's broad real estate or within parks. But there always have been those creative elements in parks. I'll just point to the Bugs example in, I believe, can't remember whose ward that is, down on in the Glebe, whereby there was a real contesting across, we need a soccer field, we need a garden, we need a soccer field, we need a garden. And through community design, we created both, including a really cool bench tied to the garden where people could watch the soccer. We are innovative. We find the spaces in parkland that make sense, but we do need to see it not as a secondary activity, but one that's integrated in.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Paul.
Yeah, if I just related to this in a way, it sort of goes back to something that Jason Burgraff brought up earlier in the meeting. We also I think it's important that we start thinking about parkland a little bit differently, because there is going to be a need to consider all types of what are normally under the threshold for size pieces of land as things that we need to manage as parkland. And so linear parks, parkettes, little corners here, you know, we're going to need to have access to that kind of green space. And some of those could serve as community gardens as well in core city areas. So it sort of, it opens up on that side as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought up linear parks, because they're exceptionally important as well. So, and could accommodate community gardening. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks both. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think to Paul's point, that the city does have a green space master plan. The green space master plan is not new. I mean, it's actually quite old. It's from 2006, but it does have a brief mention of gardens in it. Maybe when we get to staff, get some clarification. Maybe the conversation fits best there, but I'm not certain. I'm not usually in with this Community Protective Services Committee, so I could be going off on a trip. So thank you, Mo, and thank you, Paul, for your time today.
Thank you.
And our final speaker is with the Arts, Culture, and Recreation Advisory Committee, Mr. Shamir Kanji. Or Kanji.
Hey there, good morning. Thanks, Scott. Can everyone see me? Hear me okay?
Yes, we can. See you and hear you perfectly.
Perfect. So my name is Shamir Kanji. I live in Canada. I'm the father of two sons who are 14 and 12, and I'm here as my role as a committee member on the Arts, Culture, Recreation Advisory Committee for ACRAC. And for full disclosure, I'm also a director at the Ottawa Sports Council working with Marcia. ACRAC, I just wanted to say that ACRAC's really grateful to Dan, Kevin, Selma, and Deanna, and the entire team that's really kept ACRAC informed as a committee, and the level of detail contained within the 10-year report. It's definitely been a long road, and very grateful for the work. While the comments that I'll be raising is based on my experience in Canada, as you'll hear, there are some similar themes that has been raised earlier by Derek Firth and others within the basketball community, as well as the need for all communities within the city to have access to modern facilities. For the last 6 years, I've been involved with basketball in Canada for both of my sons. And for the last 4 years, I was a board member on the Canada Youth Basketball Association, which serves over 1,000 youth within the Western Ottawa region, the largest basketball club in the city. I've coached at the House League, the semi-competitive and competitive level to the tune of 11 teams within 4 years prior to COVID. And by far, coaching and working with youth is my passion. As has been pointed out, COVID has decimated basketball since March of 2020 for the reasons of not having access to school facilities. And currently, similar to what has been kind of pointed out before, there's over 800 youth in Canada that are at home, not playing basketball, and in month 19 of inactivity within a facility. So our small number of competitive teams within KYBA and ONL that are playing today are traveling as far as Arnprior to a private facility, multiple times a week to get access for the modest amount of programming that we have due to lack of facilities. The teams that are traveling to Arnprior are using, for use of a facility, are less than 10% of our overall population that we serve. So access to facilities was, the only reason that basketball did not grow more even prior to COVID within Canada and elsewhere within the city. And as has been pointed out, unlike leagues for hockey, which have dedicated city facilities, leagues for baseball, which has city facilities, and leagues for soccer, which has city facilities, basketball continues to struggle for dedicated indoor facilities. The core of the city has the oldest and least amount of programming spaces and facilities compared to neighbors outside of the Greenbelt. And the city really needs to look at ensuring that all communities within the city have access to modern facilities. Looking at the 10-year plan, the rise of the outdoor courts are excellent and will provide access to many. Outdoor courts, kind of the analogy I use is we have to use a hockey analogy here, or it's tough for some to understand. So outdoor courts are kind of akin to bringing hockey nets out on a street or a soccer ball out to a field. And they're a great access point to get youth and members of the community, but particularly youth, their first exposure to basketball. But in terms of regular instruction and particularly House League,
1 minute
facilitates skill development. Outdoor courts have their limits. So I will add to Derek Firth's comments on increasing costs that it's not only elite athletes that are a consideration, but 90% of the House League athletes that are playing basketball for fun, that are never pursuing a career, that are there for meeting their friends, playing in a fun atmosphere, they're currently shut out. And in the absence of the school boards coming to open up their facilities, will continue that way. And so from ACRAC, we formally have raised two needs: the need for increased access for gymnasium-based sport, such as basketball and volleyball, which are typically dependent on school facilities, and also the city's consideration for equitable access across all facilities throughout Ottawa. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Shamir. Appreciate that. And thank you for volunteering your time to be on the advisory committee. Any questions for Shamir? Seeing none. Thank you again for being here. So that is it for our delegations part. I do just want, before we go to, and I'll probably hand it back to Councillor Luloff to do the the Q&A with the councillors, but I just want to get a couple quick things out of the way before we do that, just from a staff perspective. I know there has been discussion this morning stemming from the email from Mo Garian, just for reference points for members of the public. Mo had reached out to members of this committee this morning. There was an exchange of emails between members of council, the chair of CPSC, and Mo about the relevance of that topic and how it fits in here with the master plan. So if I could just get staff to respond to that right now, just for the sake of the committee, because I imagine there will be questions on that, but I think it's important just to kind of knock that off the top, because that was a discussion quite heavily there before committee and then during. Dan?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, and we did see the earlier correspondence on this. And let me be forthright that we very much support the community garden initiatives, and 28 are on city land, and I think I saw something that shows that 18 are in city parks. So it is something that has been introduced into parkland in a fairly successful way in most cases, and we know that there is, like a lot of other amenities, a lot of requests. We also have ornamental gardens that are being introduced into city parks, and at various locations. That Dundonald Park, as an example, there's an active group that does gardening and ornamental gardening. And these are often kind of very welcome complementary additions to whatever else is going on in the park. However, in general, these are not funded, and I remind you that the master plan that you have here is looking at growth and what we need to build in parks for the next 10 years. And we generally would not collect development charges, for example, to build community gardens. We would not set targets that we then need to collect funds to achieve those targets. By and large, these are done as a programming element in parks, where we would provide licenses of occupation for a group. And even though the expenditures can be on the capital side, by and large, they are, tilling the land and putting in fertilizer and buying plants. Most of that is done through Just Foods, and a good deal of that is funded through our colleagues in community and social services, who help coordinate location, meet needs, work with the groups to support them. So our initial reaction to this is that there probably is a requirement for a more comprehensive policy and corporate position on this, because I think I heard from both delegations that they deal with multiple departments and they're never sure what city position is on these things. So there's no doubt that needs to be addressed. Just is not clear to us that through the master plan is the best way to do it, because even on city land, parks are not necessarily the main target. There are other properties, passive areas, green space, that also could welcome these. So our recommendation is that this be taken off as a separate discussion, and that staff come back with something that addresses some of the issues that have been mentioned today. But we would not recommend that we include this as a per capita amenity and look at seeking funding for through the recreation envelope to develop these plans. It is another example of many things that go on to city parks that are complementary, but that we do not fund. And could be on the cultural side, could be kind of broader social needs in communities. So that is the discussion we had earlier today. And I see Kevin wants to pipe in as well. I think he may have a perspective on this.
Thank you, Dan, and
Oh,
Chair.
Hold on, Kevin. I have to allow you to speak. Jeez, you can't just jump in. Yeah, I'll allow it. Go ahead, Kevin.
Sorry, I responded to my boss. Anyway, I'm sorry, Chair. If I may, my suggestion is quite simply, as Dan mentioned, we're 28 of their 120 odd properties that they operate. The green space master plan is truly the place that might be the most appropriate location for this, because green space by definition includes things like the NCC lands. It can include schoolyards. Typically a garden won't appear in a road space. It appears in a green space. So if I may only suggest, we support the gardens, we do, but we're such a small component of the actual garden movement is all I'm trying to recommend there.
All right, thank you. I imagine there'll be more questions on that. And then just the one more thing I wanted to get some clarity on before we get into Councillor Q&A. Cash in lieu of parkland. It was asked of me during the meeting if staff could clarify exactly what cash in lieu of parkland can be used for by councillors.
Sure, Councillor. So capital projects, permanent improvements that enhance recreation on city property. So not operational, not programming. It has to be a permanent capital improvement, and it has to be recreation related.
Right. So, I mean, for me, I've acquired land with it. I've added amenities to existing parks with it. I've used it for studies to increase access to certain facilities and parks, and used it to contribute toward larger infrastructure projects as part of it. So all that, for me, I've always felt it's quite broad. You just can't use it for renewal. But if you want to take an existing space and alter it as an improvement, an upgrade to what you have, then you can do that, correct?
Yes, you can use CIL to improve an existing asset. And as of the last change to this, you can also do essentially life cycle work if you want to advance it. What you can't do is get reimbursed for it when that whole discussion around reimbursements.
Right. Okay, thanks. So Chair Luloff, I will hand it back to you.
Thank you very much. So I do have 4 members of the committee who would like to ask questions to staff. I do have you in the order that you punched in at, but I would like, if you wouldn't mind lowering your hand, and we'll come back in the same order that you're in there now. I'd like to get all of the motions on the floor just for ease of discussion, please. So if you do have a motion, please raise your hand now. We'll introduce motions, and because people can come back on the board, we'll get all the motions on the floor as well as discuss the final report and questions to staff. Councillor Fleury, to bring your motion, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me start by bringing our colleagues' motion. So Councillor King has worked with staff and does have a motion. I know that he had to leave. Oh, he's there. Councillor King, would you like to read it on, or would you like me to read it on your behalf?
I don't mind you reading it on my behalf, Councillor Fleury. Unfortunately, I do have to go to Police Services Board meeting in just a few minutes.
Okay, so that the Parks and Recreation Facility Master Plan be amended to include the following statement: that the city has undertaken the development of an anti-racism strategy through its Anti-Racism Secretariat, also known as ARS, to address systemic racism confronting Indigenous, Black, Asian, Muslim, Jewish, and other communities. Including all of these perspectives are represented sufficiently is critical to the formation of a meaningful and impactful data-informed and data-driven plan. This plan acknowledges that it will align with any future anti-racism strategy approved by council, and that decision concerning recreation assets will apply an anti-racism approach concerning the development, evaluation, and measurement policies. The plan will apply the elements of the anti-racism strategy to achieve an increase in the diversity in city partnerships and locating new facilities in neighborhoods that have high concentration of equity-seeking communities that experience high levels of economic disadvantage.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh, please, for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I do have 3 motions and a direction. Would you like me to?
Please continue on.
Sorry about that. Okay, so let me just pull it up. So I do have Carol, I don't know if you can help me with the recreation complexes. Maybe we could start there. So the motion on recreation complexes, as it's on the screen, here we go. Okay, be it resolved that document 1, draft Parks and Rec Master Plan, page 73, as it relates to recreation complexes in section 1.5, be amended as follows. Recommendation A be amended to read as follows. So A, set the city target for the provision of recreation complexes at 1 to 70 residents. Following the implementation of the next site at Riverside South, that future facilities be considered by area of greatest needs. And recommendation B amended to read as follow. B, consider the development of 1 new additional city facility in 2021-2031 period. The location should be determined based on the transect-wide provision levels, available square meters of space per resident, and available land. The future facility should be located in proximity to transit, and the location should also take into consideration proximity to workers. The other motion is on arenas. Thank you, Carol. Be it resolved, document 1, draft Parks and Rec Master Plan, page 101, as it relates to arenas in section 7.5, be amended as follows. Recommendation E be amended to read as follows. E, support the development of a single pad arena optimization study informed by the Recreation and Asset Master Plan and other studies to update and replace existing ice surfaces, particularly in the downtown core and inner and outer urban transects. If single pad arenas are decommissioned to be replaced with a modern multi-pad alternative at another site in the area, that the surplus single pad building be considered for other recreation uses and public benefit. Then the last motion that I have is on gymnasium, and then I have a direction. So it's on the screen, thank you. Be it resolved that document 1, draft Parks and Recreation Master Plan, page 158, as it relates to gymnasium in section 23.5 be amended as follows. Include the following additional strategy statement D, that the city recommit to prioritizing the development of city-owned and increase the number to lower the provision as opportunities arise for city-run gymnasiums. And then the direction relates to aquatics. So again, for the City of Ottawa Parks and Rec Master Plan facility, a direction as it relates to section 3, indoor aquatic facilities, that staff review ahead of the recreation asset management plan study the pool's shortcoming for standards and program needs to direct in which transect the next aquatic investment should be located, considering specialty pools that do not offer community and sport programming. Example of facilities with limitations include heritage buildings and therapeutic pools.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chenier, are you prepared to take this as direction?
Yes, Chair, we worked with the councillor on this one, so we're prepared to take it as direction.
Okay, great.
Chair, could the third motion or be put back up on the screen?
Please, if we can ask the committee coordinator to place the third motion back on the screen.
Is this correct wording?
Can you elaborate just a little bit,
Chair,
Councillor?
Chair, I believe there is a typo. It should say the number 2 lower rather than 4 lower.
Thank you. Okay.
There we are. Okay, so we'll get that amended. Oh,
Sorry, Chair.
yeah, go ahead.
Would this be
should I put my hand up, or is this an okay time to just ask for a friendly amendment on that?
Please
direction?
go ahead, Councillor McKenney, no problem.
Okay, I just wonder on that one if we could, if the mover would take as a friendly amendment the provision for 1 to 22,000 for provision for gyms. That would ensure, I think, that they're more equally distributed, that we see more gymnasiums established when new centers are built.
I don't have a particular issue. I know I did raise it to staff and would look to their comment, but I don't have an issue with that addition.
Yeah, Chair, the 1 to 22,000 was problematic for us. I think staff identified it would require us to build 19 new gyms in order to achieve that by 2031. As you know, gyms are not facilities that we generally build on their own. The opportunities are either when we have a new community building being built, or when we have a significant addition coming on. And we don't foresee that in the next 10 years we would be able to accomplish that. So we get the sense of the motion that we need to commit to less reliance on schools and more of a municipal product. But the 1 to 22,000 is, in our view, very ambitious, given the decades that we relied on school gyms and the inventory that we have today.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, Dan, and I don't want to put something in here that's going to be impossible to achieve, obviously. But I guess I turn to you to ask you, what could we do that would ensure that we get gymnasiums built into our facilities as much as possible, or it becomes more of a priority? When you think about even just, and this, Plant Recreation has got that small gym. You can't book it. It's booked for a year solid. And so just to find ways of establishing more gymnasiums as we open up more recreation centers.
Chair, yes, and we completely agree. That is why when council approved our standards last year, we did include that anytime we build a new community center, there will be a gym. It's part now of the basic standards. The other thing we've looked at is we've identified, and one of the supporting documents to the plan, one of the attachments looks at current states, and as part of that, we will look at opportunities on existing buildings, and we already have talked to some councillors about potential for additions that would be easy wins in terms of doing that. So yes, very much a kind of a proactive pursuit of that, including identifying those projects as part of infrastructure programs from senior levels of government, and creating packages of those things so that we're aggressively out there trying to get more gyms.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I'll accept that explanation.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. And with a motion, we have Councillor Kavanagh. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still willing to move a notice of motion in regards to the community gardens so that we can have a further discussion. I recognize that it was in an Appendix C, so not in the immediate topic. I get that. And along with things like the winter trails, for example, which use the parks heavily, that's also in Appendix C. But I still think that we need to look at our overall policy on making sure that they don't get lost in the wash here. We're looking at the use of park land and community gardens, and I recognize it's 28 in our city parks, but we don't want to have pressure that would lose them because they are vital, especially in the inner core areas. So would Mr. Chenier be amenable to having a notice of motion to discuss this, and maybe we can work on the wording.
Councillor, certainly be happy to sit with you and work on wording that could find a reasonable way forward. So happy to do that.
Yeah, and we'll work with the community, not just ourselves. So to make sure that they're part of the discussion. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think that it is important that we do establish a corporate policy for that land use, Councillor Kavanagh. So definitely here to help along with that discussion should the need arise. So thank you for that. And I think that we heard loud and clear from our community gardens that they may feel lost in this plan. Perhaps this is not the plan that they need to be discussed in specifically, and that establishing a corporate policy for community gardens would go a long way to clearing that up. So I appreciate your leadership on that.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may, I had another, I admit it was a last minute motion, but I wanted to discuss tree canopy in parks. I recently had a tour of Britannia Park with staff and was discussing about the new 40% tree canopy, except that it's citywide. And I think that we should look at targets for each park. And because it may mean one area has a forest and others doesn't have enough trees. And this is an issue with the official plan as well, but I wanted to look at that policy. Bear with me, I just sent it to Carol and we can come back to it, but oh, they're fast. Okay, great. So I just wanted to talk about that as part of our strategy for climate change and to make sure that we look at each park. So I'd like to put that forward. Do you want me to read it to you? Okay.
Sure. I think this is the first time that many of us are seeing it. So if you don't mind.
Yeah. Whereas trees are essential to the health of our environment and essential to battle climate change, whereas trees have been under stress with erratic weather patterns, including storms and extreme heat and cold, which means greater tree loss, whereas the replacement of trees by City of Ottawa tries to keep up with trees destroyed by storms and other extreme weather conditions, whereas our parks rely on the shade of trees to keep visitors cool in the summer and are essential to our overall health, whereas the Parks and Recreation Master Plan states that we need a 40% tree canopy in our parks, but is not park specific, and therefore some parkland may have very high canopy and others very low level and not considered a priority in overall tree count. Therefore, be it resolved to request the Parks and Recreation Plan be amended to state that each park strives to have a 40% canopy target on each park site.
Would the mover consider it a friendly amendment to state where amenities allow, as it would be very difficult to achieve this kind of coverage on something like a baseball diamond or a soccer field or a cricket pitch? Is that all right with the mover?
Yeah, actually, and I was actually looking at the larger parks, like the I'll call them regional parks, where they're for the entire city specifically. I realize pocket parks are a little more challenging, but we still should be striving to do it. But on a very large tract of land that we're maintaining, that be the priority.
Mr. Chenier, do you want to comment on this briefly?
Chair, I think Mr. Weary may have some information that's pertinent to this. Kevin, do you want to speak about this?
Thanks, Dan. Chair, if I may, the Park Development Manual actually speaks to tree canopy targets by park typology. As you can be well aware, we have park typologies, for instance, regional parks. When I think of Millennium Park and all of the sports fields that are there, achieving a 40% target on a park of that nature might not be achievable. Versus we also are being asked by OP to consider woodland parks. So to have a straight 40% line for every type of city park would be very difficult for us to achieve, or unlikely to achieve, depending on the nature of what's happening in those parks. Because of the type of activities, for instance, a sports field does take up a large green space, and we probably shouldn't have trees in the middle of it, versus where we have a lot of activities that can be separated by trees, like playgrounds, picnic areas, splash pads. So to apply a blanket 40% here versus when we bring back changes to the park development manual, that is actually perhaps a better location to discuss this, because the park typology might speak to the better representation for shade opportunities.
Okay, sorry, I missed that last comment because my computer made a noise.
Oh, I'm just saying that the park development manual might be the best location for us to discuss shade opportunities by park typology when it happens in a small urban parkette versus a large regional district park for sports, for instance.
Okay, so how can we assure targets are met?
We currently have targets, Councillor, is what I was saying. They exist right now in the park development manual. We will be bringing that back, and if we want to revise those targets, we can at that point as well.
Chair, I might suggest, if you're looking for concrete action out of today, one of the recommendations in this report is to delegate the authority for us to change the parks manual. So council or committee might want to give us direction to include a direction in that regard as part of that work. And we'd be happy to take that away and come back to you with what changes we'd recommend to the parks manual to reflect the ultimate goal, which is to have more trees, a better canopy across the city. So it may fit in well there, because that is work that we are going to do.
Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to make that direction?
Yeah, I'm happy to make that direction. I just want to be assured that we're looking at the overall strategy, because currently, you know, the 2-to-1 thing when we're replacing very large trees is hit and miss. And so we have to look at it very carefully with each situation, because the weather is our enemy right now, and we're just losing so much. What should have been a replacement isn't working. So we do need to look at it more closely. So if I can have that direction, I will take it. Maybe we can work on something to show people if we.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll have staff prepare that direction, and then we'll have that put up throughout the discussion. But thank you for that, Councillor Kavanagh. Okay, so we have 4 motions on the floor, and we'll begin our questions to staff. Oh, do we have any further motions? I believe that there may have been one other motion. Councillor Harder, please go ahead.
Yes, there's the motion that Councillor Tierney is moving on my behalf.
Oh, understood. Okay, please go ahead.
Did you want me to read it?
Yes, please. I think this might be the first opportunity for people to see it.
Whereas the Parks and Recreation Master Plan identifies a high provision rate of, I can't see all of it, so hang on a second. There we go. For full-size rectangular sports fields, whereas within suburban transect, large park property dedications are preferred to accommodate full-size sports fields that may constrain the number of parks and other amenities being offered in a community. And whereas new future urban areas provide an opportunity to explore a central multiple fields facility, allowing for different size, shape of parkland dedicated areas within the subdivisions, and therefore be it resolved that the community design plan for the future urban areas allow for this opportunity to be explored based on the required parkland dedication for the area. So thank you, Councillor Tierney, for putting your name to this motion. For those of us outside the core, it's incredibly important. And for those of you inside the core who have leagues who play all over the city, it's a real benefit. I think the goal should be to locate larger centers of fields outside of a new suburban community, a new subdivision, and if wherever possible, include them in places where there is parking, for example, so that we can use the 400 series highways, which is far more preferable than trying to traverse the city through everyone's neighborhoods and getting to places. And so if you know of the George Nelms facility out by St. Mark's High School on Mitch Owens, that's an incredibly successful Ottawa South United complex. Then you look at Millennium Park, and I know that Councillor Dudas, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Luloff, and Councillor Tierney have always thought that they could do more with that and actually direct more of the large group and large audience attracting sports to places, whether it be cricket, ultimate, soccer, football, et cetera, to these locations. I had an opportunity to speak with Jim Lianos, who is the executive director of the Ottawa South United. I said, I need to understand whether it is the sports groups that are pushing for a chicken in every pot, a soccer field in every subdivision. And they said, absolutely not. For them, this would be far more attractive. And he said, and if you could throw in a dog park, formalize a dog park at the same location, it would even be more preferable, because these places attract a lot of spectators. And people like to bring their dogs. They're not allowed to the soccer fields, but that would be kind of a, more than one use. What it means for the community, and I'll just give you an example in Barrhaven. Right now, we, because of the needs to meet the figures that we have in this report, a baseball diamond has just been agreed to by Mattamy, I think it is, or Minto, one of the two of them, in the floodplain area, well, beside the flood, so south of the Jock River. Is there not something better that we could have along there? I'll tell you that the developers are willing to invest in 15-minute style neighborhoods, really things that connect different pieces of the community, and invest more money than what we're asking them to do in order to bring something that, I see Councillor Meehan there. So Caroline, you know how popular Beryl Gaffney is, and Beryl Gaffney walking through Stonebridge, the Stonebridge trails, and then having it further connect as you cross over through Half Moon Bay on both sides of the river. Do we really want over by Boris O'Kane a very large sports field, or is there a better way to do it? I say that this is the better way. I have connected to the two developers who have the most land left to see what they can come up with for Barrhaven. I did an analysis of how far it is to Twin Elm. If you're familiar with Twin Elm Rugby Park, it's about 11 minutes from the Walter Baker. George Nelms is about 10 minutes from my house in Barrhaven. So if we had something in the middle, close to the 416, perhaps in a commercial center that's going to be built where Barnsdale will have an interchange, wow, that's just going to be a game changer and on so many levels. So we will absolutely achieve the targets, but within our subdivisions, it gives us an opportunity so that people can say, oh boy, I can hardly wait, I'm going to live, I've got a park right in front of me. That park's actually going to be multifaceted. It may have a tennis court if it's a full city block, which many of them are. It may have play structures and pavilions and you name it. I mean, a pickleball court shared with the tennis court, basketball, absolutely. And also, I would say that the basketball, there'd be an opportunity for that out by the new complex of multi-fields. Anyway, we'd like to explore that and provide the opportunity where possible, whether it's in a new Taywin community, right from the start over by the 417, there you go, you're connected again. It just is what other places are doing, particularly in the States, to accommodate sports. And I think that it's the best way. We lose nothing of our targets that I hope that you're going to support, but we gain a lot of opportunity to go back and even include things like pocket parks that were so successful. And I look at some of them now that were built in like the late 80s, early 90s. Wow, they just connected that neighborhood so much better, made it safer for the kids to walk to school, less dependence on, more multi-use pathways, less sidewalks, all that kind of stuff, less car dependent in those 15-minute neighborhood subdivisions
Mhm.
because of all that. So I hope that you'll support this, and thank you very much, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harder. As we have given the opportunity to staff to provide brief comments on these before we go into questions to staff, Mr. Chenier, do you have any words to say on this before we begin?
Thank you, Chair. Staff have reviewed this with the councillors, and we are supportive.
Okay. Councillor Cloutier for 5 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, and thank you all. First, to staff, I want to acknowledge and share my appreciation for the work you've done on the master plan, the integration with the OP, and the work demand on the department in the context of the pandemic and the need for recreation green space that we've had. Mr. Chenier, Mr. Weary, and your teams, thank you very much. We appreciate the work you do, and certainly our residents have parks have a new raison d'être. People have rediscovered the need for those public spaces. Can you tell me how this report might have been altered with respect to the pandemic and taking the pandemic into consideration? Did it change some of the ideas or some of the recommendations that you've made? Were there more considerations for other types of use? And we heard from Mo and public gardening and public stewardship of spaces, or new activities like skiing or others in the parks. Can you just give us some context on that?
Thank you, Chair. I'll weigh in, and then Kevin can certainly add. Because we did this consultation throughout the pandemic and remotely, and at a time when groups were most impacted, exactly what you said, it's become very clear that parkland and good accessibility to parkland was key on this. And even though it didn't necessarily alter our recommendations with respect to this, it certainly emphasized that we were on the right track when we said that we have to preserve what we have and where possible, do more. The indoor facilities, the gymnasiums and the arenas certainly became a focus of this, and the impact of not being able to have access, and kind of put a spotlight on outdoor courts a little bit. And we heard a lot of people saying, for pickleball, for tennis, for basketball, it's not ideal, but when everything else is closed down, having good access to full courts that are accessible for everyone is certainly a benefit. And so that's why I think you see kind of a bolstering of some of the outdoor court provisions. So certainly the pandemic piece has also put a different light on, for lack of a better word, the older arenas and facilities that were so quickly converted over to testing centers or respite centers. And because of that, even though this document doesn't specifically look at it, it will influence our go forward look at how we repurpose these facilities. I think there is a good case to be made that as we look at developing new ice rinks with modern facilities, that some of these older facilities in critical locations across the city we have to give a second look at repurposing them in a way that they are still available for emergencies, for broader public use, those kinds of things. And so we're going to do that, and certainly understand that aside from the recreation use, there's a broader public good with these buildings, and the need to look at the investments that we're going to have at that. Kevin, do you want to add to that?
Yes, if I have a few minutes, not minutes, seconds, Mr. Chair. And to respond to the councillor, there's one also change that I think it happened for us regarding the pandemic. Dan captured all of the operational and the interest that the pandemic had in either outdoor or indoor recreation properties, but people's need to do something. One obvious thing about the pandemic that is, to me, striking is that prior to the pandemic in 2019, the province came out with what was called Bill 108, and it proposed significant changes, and that the proposal involved potential elimination of park dedication, potential elimination of development charges for recreation facilities, potential new tools for acquiring parkland. The pandemic brought on such an interest in our properties and in our facilities that, if anything, I think it reaffirmed the need for parks and recreation facilities. I think we, as a team, we took on a very significant project, which came down through provincial decree in September of 2020. And here we are in September of 2021 with a very significant master plan. So the pandemic has changed the way we were going into a firm direction as to the way we would like to go. I do not want to give any compliments to the pandemic, but I do compliment the way the public reacted due to the pandemic in requiring and needing and demanding and asking for more of the types of facilities and services that we can offer.
Thank you both. And you spoke of possible changes to how development charges and things like that. And I recognize that cash in lieu and developments lead to the acquisition of land in developing areas, but how do you envision the acquisition of land in a ward like Alta Vista? Where would that land come from? While there's not a lot of new development, there's densification, not as much as growing or more suburban communities. Can you speak of how and in that context, so there's the acquisition of new land, and can you speak to how the master plan deals with life cycle renewal of existing parks, of existing facilities?
Kevin here. Dan, if you don't mind, I will answer. First of all, I do have a colleague on the phone regarding the life cycle replacement. Jen Nielsen is in charge of the Infrastructure Services Asset Management Program. But prior to asking her to respond to how do we deal with life cycle, I would like to speak to intensification in awards such as yours. Within the plan, we recommend, and we've asked in our recommendations for us to create a land first policy. When lands come up for redevelopment, and these happen often, it could be a shopping mall property, it could be just an underdeveloped property that comes up. We are asking for a land first policy, or for us to create a land first policy where we take land dedication, even in urban areas, over top of cash in lieu of parkland in those cases. You see, land is the hardest thing for us to achieve. Cash in lieu of parkland is a lot easier to achieve. If you think of, for instance, a gas bar and coffee shop developing on an intersection, there would never be a requirement there. We would never want to wish for parkland at that location. That's where cash in lieu is appropriate. But when a property is of sufficient size to generate parkland that can provide us with some facilities, recreation type facilities that are identified in this plan, we should be taking the land before we take cash. And this has not always been the practice in the more urban areas. It is very much the practice in the suburban areas. However, in the urban areas, it has often been seen that there's sufficient parkland nearby. But as we bring in more and more people, we need to actually get land to help service those people as well. And I see Jen has turned on her camera. So unless you have Mr. Chair, unless the councillor has further questions for me regarding the dedication piece, I'd like to hand over to Jen Nielsen for the life cycle piece.
So as mentioned, the life cycle question is not one that's part of this, but for general knowledge, please go ahead, Ms. Nielsen.
Correct. Thank you, Chair. So we have a long-range financial plan, which identifies our needs over the long term, 10-year period typically, and there's allocations that are provided for renewal of parks assets, and we prioritize the renewal based on a risk-based prioritization. As we come forward with the recreation asset management plan, we'll be able to provide more detail around those processes, but that's a general overview.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jen and Kevin. Absolutely, land is better than cash and you. And you know, we took land as we could in the Elmvale Mall redevelopment in 2017. That is ongoing. So absolutely. One more question. In document 2, the provision levels for city parkland and rec facilities, it gives new targets based on population. What is the intent for hitting those targets, and will consideration be given to areas that prefer some activities over another? For example, we had a meeting with residents on Friday in a park in Hawthorne Park, where it was noted that the baseball diamond sees very little use, and in other areas, as was said before, basketball, skate parks, mountain biking, community are more important. Does the plan speak to rethinking what facilities are placed in communities during the renewal of parks, during the development of parks?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we do address that, and we speak directly to adding facilities to existing parks when necessary, whether it's open space or redevelopment of existing facilities and parks. The nature as to how we improve the existing park system to better serve an expanding community base is very much a priority for us. You know, we mentioned, for instance, within the plan that and this has come up earlier in discussion today, putting lights at basketball courts so that they can be used in greater hours. This means now it's not just one basketball court. Perhaps I counted in my inventory as a improved basketball court because its hours of operation have significantly increased. The same could be said for things like sports fields. Should we find that, I mean, it's very hard for us to develop a sports field in the most urban of areas because of the fact that the land is already occupied. But should we convert a sports field to an artificial turf sports field with lights, it would mean that the season is very, very much lengthened, plus the hours of operation per day is increased, which means that we can use it as a sports field for a lot more people than we would if it was just a traditional turf sports field. So to get right to your question, conversion of an underutilized or non-utilized asset to one that is of high demand is certainly something that we would consider within the context of this plan for providing the facilities that are necessary.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair, but I don't know if you want me to comment on just the motions, and if I could take just an opportunity for Councillor Kavanagh. You know, large rectangular sports fields that are multi-use are desirable by the community, as are trees, but basketball and splash pads have underwater facilities, and so topology is going to be important if we state a 40% coverage in all our parks. I think it's something we should look at carefully, because again, those other amenities are important, and being able to run around and do sports, do team sports, and hockey and puddle rinks are all important. So I think we should have a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair and staff. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you very much. Just for transparency's sake, I had kept a list of speakers prior to the introduction of motions. So up next we have Councillor Dudas, followed by Councillor Kavanagh, then Fleury, El-Shantiri, Gower, Menard, Kitts, and then Brockington. So up next we have Councillor Dudas. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of So I just wanted to note that I was very appreciative of my colleague, Councillor Kavanagh's conversation and questions about community gardens, but also winter trails And to staff, I would very much like to be part of that conversation as we develop a plan, a policy for it in partnership with the chair as well. So just want to flag that. But I do have several questions. And one of them is, I understand that the review of the parkland dedication bylaw and the cash in lieu of parkland is going to take place next year. Does staff anticipate that that review is going to have any impact on the numbers that we see in the report today in terms of affordability?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The affordability of what's in this plan is not really costed out in this plan. However, it depends on the nature of the question the councillor is asking. Cash in lieu of parkland is certainly something that could be used to help pay for the cost of amenities that are discussed in this plan.
I guess maybe for clarification, as you said, it's not costed out. So the numbers that we see in terms of the number of arenas that are anticipated or gymnasiums, I very much appreciate all the work that has been done into this. Is there any possibility that once you do the review of the bylaw and the cash in lieu, that we will come short or that we will have more of funding available to us? Is there an opportunity that either of those will have an impact on the numbers in the report?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the plan does identify our three primary funding sources for recreation, parks and recreation development. Cash in lieu is most certainly one of them. And that is because it comes through the park dedication bylaw, which provides the land we might be needing also to develop recreation facilities. But there's also development charges is another significant one. So as the city grows, we require facilities to match the growth of those facilities. And these are only new facilities needed due to growth. They're not new facilities needed due to, say, life cycle replacement. So it's a difficult question to answer right now regarding cash in lieu of parkland because it's one part of the three things that fund, the three primary sources that fund park development. The other one being, of course, is basically tax supported. That's the funds that I use to do our partnership programs, for instance, and other things that add recreation access and ability to city sites.
No, I appreciate that. And I know it's a bit of a complex dynamic in terms of the funding and how that's going to come to pass. But I just wanted to be clear on the analysis that's going to happen next year. I wanted to ask about pickleball courts. So we've been hearing a lot about some of the other sports. Pickleball is growing in leaps and bounds. I have yet to play, but I very much look forward to doing so because I hear it's wonderful and fun, and I can't wait to try. My question is, though, when I looked through the report and some of the numbers that were there for existing pickleball courts, I personally have asked through my cash in lieu to have all my outdoor community park tennis courts lined with pickleball lines as well, but I didn't see that reflected in the report. So did I miss that, or is that, are we looking at those facilities as established pickleball courts if they have lines on them? Or does it have to meet a certain criteria in order to qualify as pickleball?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so first of all, Councillor, the direct answer is yes, it was addressed. And yes, there are specific numbers in there. And we actually specifically mentioned a number of brand new pickleball courts versus also adding additional tennis and pickleball combination courts. I'm going to just ask if you would like the number. I'm going to ask Selma just to provide us with the detail if she's available.
You're just going to have to give me a minute to find that and open it up. But I can.
So, while you're looking for that, Selma, maybe I'll just ask. I know that as part of the report in section 5, it states that tennis and pickleball strategy, as well as skateboard parks as well, that's going to come up as part of the next mandated 10-year official plan review. And I just wanted to clarify once again, if we're going to have a clear idea as to the numbers and if the lined courts will also play into the meeting the criteria for an established court. And in terms of the strategies that will be assessed, what is the time frame in respect to that? And how will the lined courts play into it?
Through you, chairs. First of all, regarding relining courts or adding new lines to courts, that is throughout the lifetime of this plan. And the numbers that Selma's looking at will give you the number for that. And then we also have a number of courts that are actually pickleball only that are proposed for this plan, as we have already constructed in a couple of locations. The last one that comes to mind for me is Kavanaugh Green in Stittsville. But there are some facilities that are actually exclusive to pickleball. And there will always be some facilities that are exclusive to tennis, but we do have shared facilities that are also planned throughout Ottawa.
No, that's good to hear, because I know that we have a lot of sports that are in need of facilities. And I know pickleball is something that in the East End and across the city is incredibly popular. So I wanted to make sure that that's incorporated into that. I did have one more question. Selma, if you want to send me that number offline, that's fine. I don't want to hold up the committee. There's lots of people with questions, but there was a lot of conversation about the need for gymnasiums, and whether it's for sports like basketball or other sports. And there's obviously a need in the core as well. But I was curious in terms of, as we go through the official plan, how is it being considered in terms of location? Sites that are adjacent to transit hubs and LRT stations, are those potentially going to be options for the creation of new gymnasiums or growth on existing facilities, being that they have easier access for individuals who are using transit?
Through you, chairs. Gymnasiums. So this plan doesn't speak to specific sites. We keep things at it's a citywide provision level, and then we have recommendations in there about when considering adding a new gymnasium. Consider it in certain locations. It would be in addition to an existing facility. We don't speak of existing facilities. We speak of the benefit of adding it to an existing facility. For instance, a gymnasium is not typically a staffed facility, but if we have a facility that could use or has the room to accommodate a gymnasium, and there's been growth, or it's one of those equity-seeking neighborhoods that really has the benefit or potential for this, that is when we would certainly consider adding it. But the priority for these gets discussed during our budgeting processes and also during the development charge discussions that are upcoming as well. Because we would identify that the number here are recommended, and then we would have recommendations as to how they would go and what sectors of the city they would go in. Without naming a property, it would be more like naming an area or a transect. That would require one.
And that makes absolute sense. And I know we don't want to get into locations right now, and I completely respect that. I think, though, too, we have to understand, and that's why I asked one of our delegations earlier as to where his athletes come from, because once again, having not only facilities in a community, which is hugely preferential, but also if it's not possible because of a lack of space, having gymnasiums or amenities on easy access to transit is also preferable, because once again, people can then more easily get to it and avoid using their vehicles as well. So no, I appreciate that. I look forward to those upcoming conversations, and that is the end of my questions for the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on now to Councillor Kavanagh and then Councillor Fleury. Councillor Kavanagh, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to respond quickly to my colleague, Councillor Cloutier, I'm working with Manager Chenier on wording, and we're looking at typography. So this is really meant for parks like Britannia and others where the tree loss is very heavy, and we need to make sure that our goals are to have 40% and even beyond if necessary, if possible. Why stop at 40? My question, though, is in relation to field houses. It's mentioned in the report, and they're mostly the ones that are dated are in older areas, the inner urban communities, and they served a different purpose 50, 60 years ago or more when they were built. But now the desire is to have them as mini community centers, and given intensification and given there's more people living closer to them, it's they are being renewed, and you give the example of McKellar Park, which is a decent sized one. But the issue is that is paying for them, because cash in lieu sounds like a lot, but it doesn't cover something like this. And we kind of wait for federal funding to magically appear or something. But there is a desire, and it is a good use of funds to bring programming, kind of like mini community centers, basically, to these communities. I just want to know what strategies we have for these field houses. I've used my cash in lieu to pay for architectural drawings for a field house, and because just to get it moving along, just to get something started, because they desperately need to be replaced anyway of some kind. But the next step is something a little different. It's a different type of structure, but very, very useful in terms of the recreation needs of our community. So I just wanted your comments on that.
Through you, chairs. So we do discuss in the plan a various amount. I don't have the specific number. I can get it. For community buildings, and in discussions with my colleagues in asset management, there are some buildings that are coming up at end of life that need to be rethought. So when a building may come up for replacement, and I'll use your Woodruff Park as an example, should it be at end of life, but you wish to increase it to something different, then it is actually a combination of funding sources that makes that occur. We recognize the need, so the expansion of the building might need to be funded by sources other than the same funding that is used for life cycle replacement of buildings. We do have the asset management plan, or sorry, the recreation infrastructure standards that says what a minimum building size needs to be. But when a field house wishes to grow to a larger facility, then we also need to find the way to fund that larger facility. And that is the whole point of looking at growth when intensification occurs, when there's more people in a community demanding more community indoor space, and it's justified through growth, then we would also look at assisting these projects in that manner.
I appreciate that. I feel like we're just inventing this process now because it's coming up first time, and I think we need it sort of spelled out because it's important to know what kind of funding sources we would have. At this point, it's still not clear, how much you get from each, and this is citywide for the inner urban areas, because we're all going through the same thing. So I think that needs to be made very clear, because it's a benefit to our city. It's a benefit to communities. It brings them together. So I hope we can do more and more of them. One of my questions too, in terms of field houses, one of the issues that's come up that has been kind of a conflict issue is storage, because we've had these old agreements where buildings are used for storage, sometimes with no charge, and it's taking up space in buildings. And we have to ask ourselves, are these buildings meant for storage? Were they built for that? Or were they built for active use? So there's two definite categories here. And are we working in terms of how we're thinking that through as a policy across the city? I don't want to do one from one particular place to another, but I think we have to look at our policies on that, because we've come across this issue where space is so valuable, and it creates a bit of conflict.
Chairs, I'll ask Dan to add to my response. I'm just going to preface it by saying that is kind of outside the scope of what this plan is about, and talking about how a building is used is talking about providing buildings is what we're getting at. And we have a classification for buildings. Each building classification has an opportunity in it for various types, whether it's a swimming pool, a change room, and storage rooms. But in accommodating how we program and use our buildings is out of our scope.
Well, I think it actually, I actually do think it's relevant because when you're building something, you have to know what the purpose of it is. And we need to sort of look at those policies going forward. So I think that it is relevant to know what you're using the building for. So I think we'll just agree to disagree on that.
Chair, I can just pipe in that we do agree with the councillor that storage is a thorny issue in all sectors of the city. There are historical agreements that have placed third-party stuff into a lot of our buildings. We are working with our real estate folks on a unified city approach to this. And we're making great progress until the pandemic when other things had to be considered and buildings were closed. But I think we can commit that this is something that will be looked at. Certainly, we're no longer building storage space in new facilities for third parties. It's simply too expensive, and it's not a wise use of city space. For the existing that we have, and there are probably more than 1,000 individual kind of agreements of the nature that you're talking about, Councillor, we do need to get to those and resolve them over the next while. I expect that will be early in the next term of council once we get over the COVID hump and start to reopen facilities. But there is a plan to work with real estate folks to, in some cases, legitimize and standardize the occupancy, and in some cases review whether it can continue into the future. So we are on that. We've just been delayed a little bit.
I feel you, Councillor Kavanaugh. If I had $1 for every sea container I've had to procure for a community organization looking to store things, well, I'd have about $20. But I mean, I feel you. You got about 30 seconds left if you want to go ahead.
Okay, I want to raise about a motion I put forward to Transportation Committee that Councillor Hubley was kind enough to put forward for me, and it wasn't to do with the bus depot, sometimes affectionately called the bus barn, that's on Queensview. And it's a big piece of space that could very well be developed in the future, seeing as we're going to trains instead of buses, and the buses that we do have are going to be electric. So this is an ideal spot for a recreation facility, which I put in my motion, and it can be combined with affordable housing. So I wanted to get some comments on that because it's right near a transit station. It's space the city already owns, and it's in an urban inner ward where there is no facility such as this.
Councillor, I believe sorry, chairs, my apologies. In responding to the councillor, I believe I saw that motion. And as I look at it, it is an opportunity that would be most certainly explored when we have going through either a budget process or a project development process for a new recreation facility. And that is why within the plan we mentioned that before you proceed with a project that you are to look at program offerings, availability, whether it's geospatial availability or need for service from a equity index perspective. All of that is part of it, and the location that the councilor is mentioning is a significant sized property within the urban area. So I'm sure it would garner attention of the potential for recreation opportunity here, especially when, as the councillor has mentioned, proximity to other larger scale recreation facilities for that area is not too good. It's a bit distant from larger size facilities, which would be, for instance, I think the closest might be the Pinecrest complex that we have on Baseline Road. So that is something that would garner attention, and that is why there are statements in the plan that require us to look at things like this.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure we're going to continue to discuss and analyze this. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Councillor Fleury, followed by Councillor El Shantiri, then Councillor Gower. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dan, and thank you for your work through the weekend on those motions and direction. I want to come back on a few kind of pieces that I'd love to understand a little better. So there's some reference in the plan relating to equity, and I'm just looking to understand. There's a reference to a definition of what is equity, and it's sort of unclear. Are we talking about people? Are we talking about geographic? So is it possible for the record to just clarify if both considerations were included in the plan and how they're impacting the provisions and recommendations?
Chair, thank you for the question. Yes, I think we are talking about both, and as we mentioned, as part of our consultation, we did take a separate process to go and speak to equity-seeking groups and to focus in on the things that they told us. And some of the things that they told us don't necessarily apply to this project because they are programming related, they are fee related, they are all things recreation that aren't facilities. But we also heard that there are areas of the city that are disadvantaged in terms of access to recreation facilities, and that when we are building new facilities or looking at priorities for where to place things like splash pads and playgrounds and those kinds of things, that we should look at and give strong consideration to priorities for those neighborhoods. And I think this is also something that we are going to want to look at when we look at future work related to this with respect to CIL and with respect to how we fund these projects, to see if there is a way to and recommend to council ways that we can give special consideration to equity seeking. Now, the other side of what you're talking about is there fair distribution equity across the city? And we also looked at that. And I think some of your motions, or at least one of your motions today, speaks to looking at where the need is most acute in terms of making decisions. And the plan also reflects that. In fact, part of the reason for looking at the Transec level of procurement is to try to start to zero in on high needs in terms of geography, but without getting to the specific neighborhood level. That's the part that will come next when we're actually doing the work to recommend specific sites. Kevin, I'm sure you want to add to that.
Well, actually, Dan, you pretty much got it all in that sense. But from we consider it's the type of facility that matters to us. It's indoor, it's outdoor. Remember, a lot of the discussion around things like access to outdoor fitness was very important, and that came up not just during COVID. It also has to do with something that you can use without requiring to pay a fee or an entry or attend a program. So those are the types of things we're looking to invest on further, Dan. Those are the types of things that we're actually looking to increase where opportunities permit. And it also happens, opportunities like that are ones that present themselves far more easily than ones that take up significant land areas, like say a sports field or even a gymnasium takes up significant land area. Things like this are things that we are investigating much further development and investment in.
Thank you. Dan, there was a number of cash in lieu references today, and I've seen a lot of development, which gives a lot of my hair reduction and white hair, but we have had the opportunity to renew 3 big parks in my community. I want to clarify. So can councillors use cash in lieu of parkland to create indoor facilities? My understanding was no, because of additional operational pressures. But if the answer is yes, could you give us a range of what a new gymnasium would cost?
So Councillor, the answer is yes, and there are councillors who have contributed CIL. I believe currently Councillor Tierney is putting an expansion on the Beacon Hill North facility, and there are many other examples. Your own Gilles Morin Park created a new indoor facility out of what was once not much of a facility. So yes, there is the caveat that if it's going to attract a high operating cost that the department can bear, and I think in both cases that we're talking about, we've said that both on the programming and the maintenance side, the addition was of a modest nature, and that the department budgets could absorb those. If you were looking at a much bigger facility, if you were going to build a brand new 20,000 square foot community center requiring full-time staff and all those things, then of course we'd need to go to council for a budget. I think we used as part of kind of a general ballpark of this an $8 million figure for gymnasiums. And of course that can be very variable depending on where you're placing it, what you're adding it onto. But using kind of the current very high construction costs and then the approximate square footage and requirements, you're generally looking at, Kevin, you provided the 8 million, so Kevin's nodding yes. So,
it answers my question, Dan. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So if it is yes, that's great, but it's still 8 million.
The answer is yes.
Have that in their CIL. So we're sort of back to square one, although we could seed fund some elements of it, as Councillor Tierney did. There's a really, really interesting document that's attached to this report. It's called a service delivery document. And it's kind of an internal analysis that was done relating to some of the Transect challenges. I'm looking for clarity as to how that analysis will tie into to this plan and future plans. Like I see a lot of value in that work, but I'm unclear about how it ties in.
Chair, thank you for that. Yes, what became evident through the first round of consultations and then again in the second round of consultations is that people, the community associations, participants, people that came to us had a lot of comments about the existing facilities that are out there. And it was everything from, change rooms are too small, the building is outdated, there are too many limitations caused by whatever the defect. We have some very old buildings, and so understandably, some of them are not comparable to facilities that were built in the last 5 years. They have limitation. So we thought it was an ideal opportunity, and I asked Linda Tremblay, our director, to undertake transect by transect to document what we know in terms of how well those facilities are doing their jobs right now. What are some of the shortfalls? What are the what are the features of facilities, and where do they sometimes fall short of what we want? The use of that now, I think, is to help inform a couple of things. Certainly, as we look at a recreation asset management plan for the future, understanding the current program, and let's be clear, these are not engineering findings. These are, here's how the condition of this building or the amenities of this building are impacting programming at this time. It's useful to know that in terms of where are the gaps, where are the shortfalls that are impacting the intended use of the facility. Also, though, I think it gives us an opportunity to identify where the priorities should be for providing new or additional facilities, because it does point to, yes, this Transect has whatever amenities we're talking about, X number of pools, X number of arenas, but here's the reality of those facilities in that area. Here are some of the shortcomings. here are the other things that those things are being used for that impact on service. So the intent was to provide a broader programming view of this, although this is primarily a facility planning for the future part. We just received too much rich data from everyone, from councillors, from community associations, not to put it in a document. And I think the next part of that would be to take each transact and evolve that to a deeper dive into some of those findings, facility by facility or neighborhood by neighborhood. We haven't planned out how that would work, but this was a first phase to capture what we heard.
And in terms of the growth and provisions, it's extensive. So I narrowed my interest to, I think, the 4 sites that you and I continue to discuss: pools and arenas and gyms and fields, rectangular fields and turf fields. But I'm interested to understand, we have a list of committed to projects that are currently in DC bylaw. For example, like the Riverside South, right? We know it's the next complex. How do we tie in both worlds, like outstanding items that we're collecting for now and like exposing that through this transition? Because I certainly struggle to understand, as I was scanning through these various charts and tables, how one was already committed to versus, okay, well, here are the real considerations and here are the outstanding items that we're going to need to discuss in future years.
And I'll let Kevin just back on, so I'm glad he can answer this. But you would have seen in the document that we have in all of the charts put in, beyond our existing level of service, things that are planned for now that we're collecting DCs and that are I was going to say for sure, but are very likely to happen because we're on that track. And then beyond that, the additional pieces that we need to meet the projections. So the two build on each other. But Kevin, you look like you have something to say.
Thanks, Dan. Through the chairs, to answer Councillor Fleury's question, the planned facilities are those that we know will be occurring, and they occur to us in various ways that inform us. Development charge bylaw will speak to the ones that we are fully aware of that will be occurring from anything that is attributable to the bylaw. So recreation facilities, district parks, and urban parks. They're also included in the planned facilities. This is probably the vast majority of planned facilities, is the suburban parks that we're going to be acquiring over time. So there's things like community design plans, which have area park plans. And I might have mentioned this earlier during my presentation, but I'll make it clear now. So as new subdivisions are developing, take for instance, I don't know, the Fernbank lands. We have an area park plan that says, these are the park properties we expect to get. This is the expected acreage of those parks. And these are the types of and numbers of facilities that we are expecting to acquire within those parks. 15 new playgrounds, 8 new splash pads, 4 new soccer fields, 10 new basketball courts. That is the nature as to what are called planned facilities. These are the ones that we are fully aware of coming at us through the development process or through the development charge process, one way or another. And so those are what I believe you're asking us about, because the other facilities that are in there, of course, are the recommended facilities. And those are in addition to the ones that we already know about, because we still need to meet the provision targets that are in the plan over the 10 years. And these are over and above what we have already planned for. We may need, depending on your facility classification, we may need to add even more, and that would be subject to future work.
So we're here today looking at the provision numbers based on the OP data. I get that. And then I get that there is the Recreation Asset Master Plan coming in 2024. I get as well that there is a DC bylaw review that needs to be informed by the provisions today. Can you maybe map that out for me? Because I want to understand how the asset management work ties into, ultimately it comes down to dollars at council at budget time, but at what time are we going to have a full pictures of facilities and present that as a comprehensive approach.
You have about 30 seconds left in this round, Councillor.
I will try to be brief, Chair. I'll try to be brief in responding to the councillor.
Oh, don't worry. You don't need his time. So go ahead and give him a fulsome response, Kevin.
Okay, thank you. And then perhaps I may indulge if Jen Nielsen wants to pipe in and after I'm done. So what we are proposing is, this is basically a lot of the facilities, every facility that we're mentioning in here are facilities that are required due to a growing city. We have more population coming in. We're asking committee and council to certify a service level target. Now that we've been informed by the official plan as to how much and where we might be growing, we have put forward how many facilities are going to be needed to accommodate the service level provision that we're asking you to consider. It really is a look forward document. When we talk about the facilities that we have today that may need an expansion, and I believe in my response to Councillor Kavanagh, I spoke to this, is that sometimes an expansion of a facility or an improvement or an addition to a facility is part of that growth plan. Going back to gymnasiums, we did speak about how adding a gymnasium may be required to certain facilities that don't have gymnasiums. And that is often our best way to accomplish growth of a certain type of asset versus growth of a set of assets, like for instance, a recreation complex. But then when it comes to the life cycle and something that may need replacement, that is to be discussed in the recreation asset management plan as to the affordability, how can it happen, when it might happen. And that is subject that my colleague Jen that's really her level of expertise, not mine. And I see your faces on the screen, Jen. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. So yes, the Recreation Asset Management Plan is coming. It's required as part of the OREG 58817, which is the asset management regulation that the province requires. And the first edition needs to be completed by 2024 and the target levels of service by 2025. And so the work that Kevin and Dan and their team has done is very important because it sets some groundwork and some framework to help identify what our current standards are for level of service, as well as what we'll be seeking for growth, like in order to support growth. And that connects in and feeds very closely with the work that we need to do in that recreation asset management plan.
Okay. I might take that one off. I do have follow-up questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I just want to jump in before we continue, just with a reminder for the purposes of quorum. There's 18 of us here. It should not be difficult to maintain a quorum of 9 people, but just about 5 minutes ago, we only had 8 cameras on. So in order to maintain quorum, we do need your cameras on. So if you could keep that, it just allows the clerk's office to fully know that that everyone is actually here. But we had 10 just now, but now 2-3 more people have come back on. So appreciate that. Just want to make sure that we're staying above. Just be mindful if you have to step out or you have to turn the camera off for a second. Just be mindful that we do need at least 9 people here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving on now, we have Councillor El-Shantiri, followed by Councillor Gower and then Councillor Menard. So please, over to you, Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you both chairs. Mr. Chenier, I'm speaking of Councillor Fleury's motion about arenas, and I believe we spoke with you about this in the past. Rural area might not be able to accommodate what is in the motion of Councillor Fleury. Do we have to amend it to exclude rural, or that's a full understanding? In a rural area, the geography and lack of transportation and public transit is an issue on its own. So can you let me know about that motion of Councillor Fleury will have an impact on the rural arena?
Chair, the intent of, as my understanding of the arena motion from Councillor Fleury is to indicate that should the city look at And you're all familiar with the arena rationalization exercise that we undertook prior to pandemic, and it's now been paused. The intent of that always was that in cases where single pad arenas that are end of life as an arena, that we would look at opportunities to repurpose those facilities into a community asset. And if you look at, there are numerous examples, but if I look at McNabb Arena is probably one of our older arenas. It's connected to the community center. It's in the middle of a park, in the middle of the park. Should it be an arena that we looked at? We would want to look at how else can we use that particular site. And there are many other examples like that, buildings' days may be numbered in terms of no longer meeting ice needs, but could continue to do, indoor pickleball, indoor skateboarding, those kinds of things. My understanding from Councillor's motion was to make sure that when we get back to this, and this is not really scheduled to come back until the next term of council, that we give consideration to keeping the asset in the public realm for public good, and as a first priority, recreation. And that has always been the intent, even when we came to you talking about arenas a while back, that we would look at opportunities to repurpose buildings for that. What has shone an even brighter light on that is the pandemic and how these buildings have served to meet community needs beyond recreation. They've been test centers for COVID, they have been respite centers, they have been vaccination centers. And quite frankly, if we didn't have those buildings to rely on, we would have had to find a whole different set of solutions that are not as obvious. So my understanding of the motion is for the councillors is to make sure that is well established in our process going forward, that as we're looking at, and this is specific to arenas, but I think it could also apply to other facilities, that it's part of how we approach the work that we would do.
And you and I, we had that discussion before, and I do still have the same concern because some of those facility in the rural area is based on geography more than based on population, as we see in the urban core and suburban. So we want to make sure, and I don't want to use the cliche of one size doesn't fit all, but definitely here one size does not fit all. So you can't say, oh, let's have that double ice pad in Kinburn. Well, I know you're not going to do this, but I don't want to also see you're not going to renew the Carp Arena just because it's gotten old. So and that's what I'm struggling to understand, if that motion will have an impact on the single ice pad in a rural area, not necessarily in Ward 5, but I think some of my rural colleagues will have the same issue.
Councillor, we recognized as part of our arena report that rural arenas become community hubs. I mean, some of them host, the rural fairs, some of them host a whole variety of things. And so they have a role way beyond arenas. And the intent was really never to look at arenas where they are essentially the only amenity for miles around. And so it was more in the context of where we had several single pad arenas that were aging and looking at a strategy that would replace them in a more effective way, and that gave the ice using public better amenities as we do that. But rurals were never part of that intent, nor are they today. This is not what we're looking at.
Good. It's good to hear. Thank you. My other question is, and I know I talked to Mr. Way about it before, during the pandemic, we saw very unusual. It's more people coming to use the open trail or trail system. And I know we're not planning on creating more, but is there an understanding, is this is basically, it's going to continue? Do we know if it's, because if it's going to continue, obviously we have problem. We have to manage this, this service, whatever you want to call it, because the more people come in, then create a problem with the parking and logistics and others. So what's your vision for those trails? And there are many of them, and they're popular, and we heard how well they were used during the lockdown or the pandemic. So is there any thought how to continue to make them safer, better for everybody's enjoyment?
Chair, I'll start, and then I'll let Kevin cut in. The primarily a land use issue for us at this point. Over the last 2 or 3 years, we've been able to work with, well, at first 8 different winter trail groups, and now the Winter Trail Coalition. That has taken us a big leap forward in terms of coordinating the creation of the trails, the grooming of the trails. These groups have taken on fundraising, have taken on a lot of volunteer work, setting up ambassadors on the trails, a lot of really good things. Primarily for up until now, for us, that has been work with the group, see what they're proposing, often work with the NCC because the trails cross jurisdictions. And of course, to provide funding, seed funding, for them to take on these tasks. It hasn't gone into the side where there's an expectation of city maintenance, and we have tried, and pretty much on an area by area, to look at solutions to things like increased parking that's been generated, or noise issues, or those kinds of things. I'll ask Kevin to comment as well.
Thanks, Dan. Through you, chairs. We actually have been having some open discussions with our friends in the Natural Systems Unit. A lot of the trail systems that we're talking about are in areas that are environmentally protected, wild areas. When I think of like the Kanata or Carp Highlands, these are areas that I completely agree with the councillor in the sense that they became very popular during COVID because people were looking for an escape, an avenue to do something different that was local, that didn't require traveling. And this happened significantly. And working with my colleagues in the Natural Systems Group, and these are the ones that are also looking after the green space, the Forest and Green Space Master Plan. And they are the ones that I'm looking to assist with planning for use of these territories and properties. You know, where historically this team, unfortunately, they're not on the call today. Historically, this team would prefer that we not access these sensitive areas. It's more like about they have looked, and this will happen through OP and then after OP. They've looked at managed access to these properties, which includes how do you accommodate all the visitors that are going to be there? Is there parking requirements? Is there trail maintenance? Is there waste removal? Is there signage? All those things. These things are very important to consider as we look at the management of our natural areas, green spaces, trails, etc. It does often go beyond, way beyond what I consider active parkland because, you know, you're not kicking a soccer ball through the trees. That's most certain, but it is still an active recreational pursuit. It is something that we have a vested interest in, which is why we've offered assistance, including things such as we've informed them they have a lot of groups or volunteers that are willing to take on projects like we had with the Ottawa Mountain Biking Association looking after the mountain biking in the Kanata North area, or South March Highlands area. We are also helping them promote getting groups to get involved so that we can help with partnership funding for that. It would qualify under our program and we would most certainly support it. So that's how we're looking at development in these areas in the sense of where we can both coordinate from a sensitive and environmental management to promotion of safe and proper access through the Natural Systems Unit, plus also offering assistance when it comes to just the physical parks planning, the types of things that we would do, whether it's a trail system in a rural area or a wayfinding system in an urban area.
I totally understand, Mr. Weir, what you're saying, and I think we all, as a council, we all face the same challenge with the changes. And I know we're working together as a departmental, but none of them has funding to be able to accommodate a parking. None of them have funding to accommodate the signage. None of them have funding to accommodate no parking in those areas. So you were right, those trails that were created in the local community for the locals so they can walk into those trails. Now we see a huge popularity, but whether that stay or not, I'm not really sure, but it's still there and the challenge is there. And for you to, it's great. I understand everything you're saying, but there's no funding from any of you folks come up and say, hey, we can help you here, Eli, to put some signage, or we'll help you here to plow the parking. We cannot even convince the city to plow the parking so people can park in it. So yes, you create, it's nice the city to identify those trails and their map, and they look beautiful. Can you imagine your snowshoeing in the Carp Hills? That's spectacular. And where will you park? And that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's great to have a plan, but I mean, we are all challenged with some of the funding to make it safe and accessible to everyone. So anyway, I just leave it there. And in the document, when you go through it in the past, when we have the rural summit always, they say rural consideration to be included in the document. So I want to make sure though, and I think this report is mostly and clearly is an urban suburban focus. The rural, you're going to say, well, we have the outdoor rink. They're very popular and they're multi-use. And Dan just said it a while ago, Mr. Chanier, they are more than just the arena. They're just for the fair, for the community and all that. But at the same time, we're not asking for a new as much as we're asking, well, all these facilities, they require upkeep. And I know working with Jan and from the infrastructure is still, I mean, we think sometimes about building a new gymnasium with 10 million, but we don't think about how we're going to keep our asset. How could we save Kinburn Community Center from a leaking roof so it doesn't get destroyed in the winter because we have a leak for 2 years now. So I'm trying to understand. So when we go to the community and we say we are one city, one team, everyone welcome to play in our community and in our trail with their mountain bike and leave their garbage behind. If that's the case, what can we do to accommodate it? And are we thinking about reinvesting more in existing facility? As you know, you both know, I use my cash flow to upgrade many things, to even put a sign on the South March Highland. I had to use my cash flow. So I understand that what we're talking here about this master plan is great to be included in our official plan. But honestly, there's a bigger discussion need to take place at some point. I'll leave it that way, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate them very much and feel your frustration. Up next, we have Councillor Gower, followed by Councillor Menard, and then Councillor Kitts, then Councillor Brockington. Councillor Gower, Co-Chair Gower, the floor is yours for 5.
Thank you, Chair. I have 5 areas I want to hone in on. First is around the consultation with schools. I know that they were involved in the round 2 consultation on the plan, but can you give us, can staff give us a bit of context? Are they willing to collaborate? Do they have any significant feedback that led to any changes in the plan? Can you just give us some more context around the feedback from the local school boards?
Through you, chairs, well, and to one of the chairs. In discussion with the school boards, they were actually involved in both rounds of consultation, not just one. We went to them twice. There was no significant change from the school boards from one round to the next. We had asked them, first of all, is there any interest in further collaboration? Are there new schools coming online? Are there new builds we need to consider? Are there any ways that we can work together? And generally, if I could very generalize the response, there wasn't any desire to change from the way they currently operate. Where we have existing arrangements, one of my chief questions to them was, we have in certain locations very specific site-specific arrangements. Is there any plan to change those? Is there any plan to use our exit clauses or anything like that? The answer was an absolute no. There's going to be no plan to make any changes to the way we currently operate, whether it is within an existing agreement or through the community use of schools, or what we have is reciprocal agreements with the schools. They didn't foresee any net change, is I guess the easiest way for me to summarize that.
Okay. One specific question on that. So we have a strategy in our Building Better Suburbs to look for opportunities to co-locate parks with school fields. We have one in Stittsville, for example, that's planned to be a district park co-located with some of the city facilities. In that case, how do you count those towards targets? Like if there was a soccer field that was co-located, would that be school board, and would it be city, and would it count towards our targets if it's considered a school board field?
Mr. Chair, the typical situation for co-location with schools and parks is that the school is located, it has a parking lot, it has a building, it might have some outdoor amenity space, but it often will not have a sports field and relies on the city for provision of facilities. I mean, each site can be different. We sometimes have shared facilities, and if there's a shared facility, there would be an agreement and it would count as a city facility if it had a formal agreement attached to it. Does
the co-location of that sort, I'm thinking of the one at 195 Huntmar, Kevin, is that considered, could that be considered an alternate funding source for acquisition of parkland? Like, is there a way to take advantage of some of the school board real estate acquisitions and make that a way that we could acquire more parkland space going forward?
Mr. Chair, I'm not 100% certain I recall which one is 195 Huntmar. Just could you, for my assistance, is that the high school site?
It's the future high school site in kind of the Canada West, behind the police station on Huntmar.
Yes, okay, so I am very familiar with that site. And my apologies for not picking it up right away. That site is an example as to where actually we've proposed through the subdivision agreements, or through the development approvals process at least, the school has expressed a desire to acquire land, and as have we for the district park. We also asked for a secondary clause that should the school opt out of its option on the land, that the city has the right to purchase the land for district park. We have had discussions with that school board about having site specific arrangement or agreement for use and operating of the site. This would be a larger, for the benefit of the rest of the committees here, this is a large site, a high school site attached to a future district park site. So we're talking significant properties here that we would like to see sports opportunity implemented on a very large scale. And so to answer you, Councillor or Chair Gower, the school by its own rights has access to the land, and we can't influence that. Should they choose not to exercise that option, we have asked for the opportunity to be the next instead of housing.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this right now, but I will follow up later on. Second thing I wanted to ask, just about federal land, recreation uses on federal land. For example, the cricket field at Rideau Hall or the dog park at Bruce Pitt. How are they counted towards the totals and targets?
Chair Gower, they are not counted towards our totals and targets. The only totals that are on federal lands are ones that we have a long-term lease arrangement with the federal government, such as, for instance, Mooney's Bay.
And that's so that we have certainty and control over the use. The NCC could do something else with them at their whim, basically?
Yes, that's it. We only went with properties of certainty with a legal arrangement addressed to that specific property.
Okay. My third thing, just a comment on the woodlots. I'm glad to see woodlots called out specifically. We have two very successful woodlots in Stittsville, Joe Louis Park, which is an old evergreen grove of trees, and Putney Park, an old maple grove, very successful, very popular with residents. If any counselors want to come and have a look, please do. I'd love to give you a tour. But I think in the parks manual, we need to look towards making those not after all other recreation uses are fulfilled, but as a use and a priority in and of their own. Fourth question is about cricket. We are about to get a new cricket field in Stittsville at Bradley Commons Park. Although it's co-located with the soccer field, and really the priority is on the soccer field. So is that cricket going to be counted towards the target of 2 additional cricket fields, or does it not get counted because its use is limited by the primary soccer use?
Mr. Chair, I believe it is counted as a cricket field because the soccer demand is typically weeknight evenings used for soccer, and then when you overlay cricket, it is typically a weekend activity. So cricket is given priority for their priority times, which is the game of cricket occupies a very long period and can even, depending on the nature of the game, occupy an entire weekend. Versus soccer is typically booked in 1 hour blocks or so on the weeknights. And this is how we manage it. We have a similar facility already existing in currently Ward 22 at WC Levesque Fields. We have a cricket pitch which overlays on top of 2 soccer fields as well. They do work well in harmony with each other.
Okay, I'm glad to see cricket's going to be one of the first things reviewed as part of the master plan review. I do think going from 5 to 7 probably won't meet the need, but it is something we're going to have to watch for. And the last one, just a question from a resident on the weekend, was about green space on roofs. I understand we can't control private properties, but is there any consideration, or was there any discussion about creating new green space on the roofs of civic buildings to increase the area available for parks and recreation?
Chair, no, we didn't look at the green space as roofs as potential green space. Right now, we have several facilities where we've been looking at roofs as potential space for energy development, like for instance, photovoltaic cells, things like that. So when we think of the energy models and our consumption at our facilities, we were looking at ways to offset our consumption with new energy inputs.
Are you aware of any other municipalities who are looking at roofs as recreation space as a viable alternative to finding more land for parks?
I am not familiar with any public green space on roofs of the nature I think you're talking about. There is access to green roofs throughout the city, and sometimes they're not green. Perhaps they're just more of a plaza patio group gathering space on the roof of an apartment building, for instance, which is of course private access, not public access. I'm not familiar with public recreation access to roofs, but we could look into that further if you wish.
Yeah, it might be a good spot for some pickleball courts or something like that. Anyway, something we can look for in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Councillor Menard, and then Councillor Kitts, then Councillor Brockington. Please go ahead, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's appreciated. I want to thank staff, Dan Cheney's team, and Kevin Wary, Jen Nielsen, and Selma Hassan as well, who's been particularly helpful with our questions from our communities. So thank you all for your work on this. I just have a few questions, comments, no motions or directions or anything like that. I just want to make sure I register a few pieces throughout the report. The first is around cash in lieu of parkland. In the report, it states that for development that does not require a consent application or site plan control application, the city has not collected SILP since 2010. And that lot by lot infill development may not require a consent application and typically does not require a site plan application. If SILP is not collected, there are few sources of funding with which to acquire new parkland. So I guess just the question to staff is, what is the implication of that sentence, of that statement?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I may require the assistance of Tim Mark if he's still on the call on certain parts of the history here. But it is my understanding that back in 2010, regarding that was most likely the last revision of the park dedication bylaw, and within there, park dedication was required when approvals were sought, or when development was sought that required a planning approval, say a site plan approval, for instance. However, there's a number of applications that can occur at any time in the city that don't require planning approvals per se, like a site plan approval. They simply need a building permit. So those types of applications requiring simply a building permit, avoiding the planning approval process, were not subject to cash in lieu of parkland. There's a number of areas of the city where lots have been divided, which do not require a site plan approval because they comply with the existing zoning simply by dividing that lot and putting in 2 houses where there was originally 1. So that is a scenario where cash in lieu of parkland would not be collected. If Mr. Mark is available to clarify, or if I've said it incorrectly, I would appreciate any comment.
I see Mr. Mark's okay with your response, and that is very helpful. Prior to 2010, were we collecting SILP for those types of applications?
I don't know.
Mr. Chair, it would have been based upon the practice in the former area municipalities. So I believe in some cases we were, and in some cases we weren't.
Okay, and one of the reasons I'm asking is in the new official plan, there's a proposal that would potentially exempt some of the site plan control for low-rise residential or mixed-use buildings. Now, I think staff are thinking that we wouldn't really exempt, but we might just have a pro forma application process where they could have a few things that may meet those criteria, but then still do a site plan. But nonetheless, it does say this in the official plan right now, that there's a potential for exemption. And so if we do, for example, exempt some of those applications, would we still collect SILP or cash in lieu parkland on them? Or would they, if it was exempt from a site plan, would we no longer be collecting that cash in lieu?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll probably rely on Tim Mark to confirm what I'm stating, but one of the reasons why we are updating the park dedication bylaw would be to address items such as this. Whatever statements are in the official plan about site plan approvals required, it's the park dedication bylaw that would speak to the application of fees at time of development. And Tim, that's the best I can do.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, under Section 42 of the Planning Act, we do have the ability to take cash in lieu parkland at building permit. And so that is something that committee and council will be able to consider next year in those cases where a planning approval is not necessary.
Okay, thank you to staff. That's very helpful clarification. I appreciate that. My next point is also around cash in lieu of parkland. And in the report, I know that this is not going to be considered until after the master plan, and that we'll be doing a bylaw review of several documents, but it does state that the current method of collection and allocating CIL funds does not adequately direct money to the areas and projects where the identified need is greatest. And I'm just trying to decipher what the suggestion is here. I know we have the current 60-40 split, and that this is going to be reviewed in 2022, I understand it. So just if you can give me more information about what we're suggesting and what staff's thoughts are around that.
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chairs. The whole point of that comment is that we are looking at things, and we are actually even have a ward boundary review coming up as well, or not review, ward boundary changes actually coming up. And with everything being looked at a transect level, we are basically positing, should we be looking at CIL from a transect level as well? That is one thing for consideration. We are curious if cash in lieu at a 60-40 split is that giving justice to delivery of services around the city? Because this is all revenue that is coming in due to intensification. Are we looking at intensified areas more as a whole versus as a very specific intense neighborhood thing? But then at the same time, we realize this is something that this master plan shouldn't be addressing. And that is why we've recommended we come back with a revision to the policy, which would mean a very significant discussion coming up in the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I guess I just would suggest then, if that is the case, that it's imperative that we look at the current parkland in the city as it's made up, and ensure that areas that may be short of parkland have the provisions in the new bylaw that's updated that would raise funds through intensification, and that the neighborhood and ward that they would be allocated to help towards meeting the minimum that we've identified in terms of our own parkland minimums for new development. So I just wanted to make sure to register that comment. I think it's important as well, and this is my last piece that I wanted to mention, is the park topology. In the core, oftentimes you're not going to get a development the size that you would automatically get a park created in. I think it's 4,000 meters, 4,000 square meters, if I'm not mistaken. But you'll get smaller developments that come in, and having small parkettes would be ideal. And I know that the park development manual is going to be updated, and that is likely where this would fall. But just to point out that the provision of micro parkettes through infill development and smaller development is extremely important to my community. It doesn't just mean having the cash in lieu of funding; it means actual park space within the core. We're lacking it. So I just register that comment. I understand staff agree with that in general, that we want to see that more often than not, is not just collect the funds, but see actual parks created. So great if you can confirm that. And also that if you could confirm that RCFS does support the idea of a program-based development charge approach for urban parks. If you could just confirm those couple of things.
Through you, chairs. So first of all, in talking about the park manual and the park dedication downtown, we are very much, this is why we brought forward a land first policy, take land when it's appropriate to do so. What I believe the councillor is asking about is what level of appropriateness is to be determined, and that will go forward. Our current standard is actually is from memorandum of the former general manager of planning, that park properties, development properties of 4,000 square meters or greater are to dedicate 10% land wherever we can. As part of a land first policy, we will bring forward formal strategies for council to consider, which would have benchmarks in it as to what is that right number. Is 4,000 overall size the right number? Because we must circulate this internally for other reasons, being, for instance, what can we sustain operationally speaking? How small is too small before it's operationally difficult to maintain? So there's a lot of discussions to be had there, and that is why we certainly have the recommendation to do land first in the master plan, but to have the specific parameters, that is another internal discussion that has to elevate to council at some point as well. Regarding the second part, which was development charges and a program approach, where we departmentally have a preference or see a desire for that is a full and honest and earnest discussion that must be had with the industry. To be frank, program approach has not been supported in many municipalities for reasons that are different from what we're proposing here. Our program approach is not about serving a citywide need. It is about specifically looking at urban parks. However, program approaches in the past have been fraught with other issues. So it requires a full investigation and full discussion. From 30,000 feet, it sounds like the tool we need for urban parks or urban parkettes. But without a significant amount of research. That's simply all it is a 30,000 foot opinion at the moment.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate staff's comments. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kitts and then Councillor Brockington. Please go ahead, Councillor Kitts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So given that one of the criteria for not investing in outdoor pools is underutilization, are staff prepared to revisit this recommendation? Should we continue to see Ottawa experience stronger heat waves, as one of the pages in the report suggests that we will? Because I do think as we continue to build denser communities, which are hotter communities, where personal outdoor space is constrained, this kind of amenity, I think, in consideration. I've certainly heard from my community there's a desire for additional outdoor pool facilities.
Councillor,
That's my internet.
Through you, Chair. Outdoor pools are most of the ones, all of the ones that we currently operate were built pre-amalgamation and are aging. And our commitment to renewing them is reflected in this report. They are a very expensive alternative for a very short season. And I take your point that with climate change and a warmer temperature, we may reach a point where we want to change our mind on this. I would say we haven't landed there at this time because the shoulder seasons of outdoor pools are quite limited, both in terms of reliability of weather, and you need some consistently good weather, but also from the aspect of being able to recruit and staff outdoor pools to keep them available. Because I can tell you, when school is in, and people are working, daytime at outdoor pools is relatively quiet, and there isn't a lot of demand. So to say that we would open, in early May, and go through and stay open till October, as we've been asked to, if you get a good year, you can stretch it for the most hardy, but there's not a lot of revenue in it, and so there's a very high subsidy. You start to require lighting, which our outdoor pools were not. Our existing outdoor pools were not lit because it wasn't envisaged that beyond the summer months, when it's light out till fairly dark, it was thought that these things would close in early September at best. So at this point, I can't say that we would recommend to build a lot more of these. Rebuilding the ones that we have is a good option. We can explore lighting to see if we can extend the season and the use into the evening hours a little bit more. To go beyond that, I think we would have to do some more work in terms of what do those shoulder seasons look like, and what would be the value for money of building more in terms of reliability, because weather is a factor even during the summer months. In a rainy, cool summer, these are not as useful in terms of scheduling things like swimming lessons or some of the programming aspects of this. You really are a bit hostage to the weather. So at this time, we are not recommending more deep water pools, and we are not recommending more wading pools, which is kind of the shallow alternative. Again, because there's a considerable operating costs for a very short season that dictate that building more indoor facilities or splash pads, for that matter, in terms of heat relief. We're getting great demand as early as before Victoria Day and as late as into September. And the beauty of splash pads as a heat relief is that, of course, they are not staffed and they can stay open all the time if need be. And so I think this plan says, in terms of dealing with climate change and the hotter weather, is that a good investment is in the splash pad aspect.
Okay, no, I can appreciate the constraints, but I think, my question was, are open for re-exploring that at some point? Should we continue to see a trend of hotter summers, which I think at some point in that response you said that.
Yeah, yes, we're absolutely open.
Okay.
And yes, for sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. We heard from some great sports organizations this morning. I know you heard from a lot more throughout this process. I've heard there's a keen interest in the baseball community for a cluster of ball diamonds to facilitate hosting tournaments, which I suppose would go against the idea of sort of equitable geographic distribution. But was this explored at all while you're creating the plan?
Through you, Chair, we didn't have a recreation facility type that was, large outdoor sports facilities. We talked about level of service for how many ball diamonds per 1,000 people, how many sports fields per 1,000 people, that kind of thing. So we don't get into the level of detail as to how many specific or where a potential, like for instance, cluster of diamonds might occur. I believe Councillor Harder's motion mentions that we might be able to cluster sports fields and not put them in the middle of communities, and that is actually the same kind of thing I believe Councillor Kitts is mentioning here. So we would not be against finding locations for clusters of sports fields. Our goal is number of sports fields per 1,000 people per the plan.
Right. Okay. No, that makes sense. Thank you. I will be supporting that motion. We are mere weeks away from introducing more land into the urban boundary, and it could take many years until we've collected enough DCs in these areas to provide large recreational amenities. So new residents of these expansion areas are going to, in all likelihood, put pressure on the existing nearest amenities. And I know that the report does touch on this, but my question is there flexibility in this plan to allow for priority areas to be reviewed to account for growing populations in neighboring expansion areas?
Through you, chairs, we did not factor in the new expansion area. I believe Taywin is the name. We did not factor that into our current plans because we didn't receive it as a new population projection. Is there?
Sorry, if I could interrupt. I'm not speaking about Taywin specifically, but like in South Orleans, there's Category 1 expansion lands.
My sincere apologies. I misunderstood the question.
No, that's okay.
Yes. So those growth areas were factored in as part of the population projections provided to us by the official plan team. So we have made our recommendations based on the knowledge of these expansion areas.
Right. No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, as these new expansion areas grow, they will put pressure on existing areas. And was that taken into account in terms, because there's maps in the report outlining priority areas, and I would imagine that's based on current uses, current population. So is there flexibility to allow those priority areas to shift as new communities in these expansion areas are built?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So as expansion occurs, we already have plans for addition of new facilities. Perhaps it's facility type that is maybe tripping us up here, because as new communities grow, we add things such as parks with all the amenities that are supposed to be in there. They take time. If the concern is over bricks and mortar type of facilities, we do state that priority should be given to areas that are in need, areas that have a lack of service, and there's other types of statements along those lines. So does that mean shift, or does that mean give priority? For us, it means come budgeted process, we are going to be recommending facilities being added in certain locations due to what's written in this plan, and based on the needs as identified. As in, for instance, is it an equity-seeking neighborhood? Is it an area that is has a zero service level or a low service level? Things like that.
Okay. Okay. So finally, I completely agree with my colleague, Councillor El-Shantari's comments. You know, I do feel that this plan is a urban suburban plan, and that there's a gap here in building resilient rural communities, because, you know, as we know, the concept of a 15-minute neighborhood, you need availability of services, parks, recreational facilities, and we have green space in the rural area, to be sure, but we are lacking in the aforementioned. So the report says the rural transit has the highest provision level for community centers. Do we know how many of those are run primarily by community associations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a number I would have to come back with. If I was to give you an estimate, I would say most. Dan?
Okay.
Most of them would be the right answer, I think. It's in the rural communities. That is the traditional historical approach that at Amalgamation we were strongly encouraged not to change.
I know we're not supposed to talk about funding or programming, but given that community associations are deemed important partners in the report as managing our community centers, as we just heard, do we have, I guess, data or documentation that supports that the community associations are sufficiently funded or supported to provide this programming in the rural area?
Through you, Chair, the funding model that exists is essentially the one that was created decades ago. In some cases, it is adequate in that it's largely a volunteer-based initiative, and any funding goes towards the extras. In some cases, there is no funding at all, and the group keeps the revenues from rental of the facility and programming, and they adjust the volume of effort to match the availability of resources, whether that's volunteer or paid staff through revenue that comes in. So that is a model that, as I mentioned, we were highly encouraged to protect as the rural preference of primarily self-governance, taking care of operations in those areas in the way that they see fit. City provides support, provides building logistics support, maintenance, those kinds of things. But in terms of doing more than that, it's certainly not a recent discussion that we've had. It's a discussion that was held back in 2001 to understand what was happening, how people wanted to continue, and where there is funding has continued. But there's been no major expansion of that in recent years.
Okay, well, perhaps that's something I can connect with my rural colleagues on, but I do think that there's a risk here because, you know, we're counting on volunteer run programming that's subject to volunteer capacity, and, you know, the assumption that we'll continue to have those volunteers willing to put on this programming. So I did want to state that, and perhaps that's something that could be reflected in the rural considerations section of the report.
Councillor, for sure that is a risk, and I can tell you it's not just a rural risk. Our entire outdoor rink program is based essentially on high volunteers. We have many urban community centers that are primarily programmed by local community associations. So it is a vulnerability in terms of maintaining volunteer commitment, and COVID has been specifically difficult in terms of maintaining the integrity of those organizations and their ability to work. But happy to discuss that both in the rural context and in a broader context with you and your colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Always appreciate your dedication to rural issues. So thank you for that intervention, Councillor Kitts. Moving on, next we have Councillor Brockington for 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Good discussion today, and certainly appreciate the master plan. You need a document to help guide this significant investment going forward. It's something the library board is about to undertake, so happy to see that. I cannot stay quiet though on the state of our current parks and rec infrastructure. It's one thing to talk about what we want to build in the future. We are not putting enough resources from the signs when you enter a park, the potholed parking lot, the curbs that have been chipped by the snowplows, and the amenities in the parks, at least in my ward, are tired, and it sends the wrong message to the community that we don't care. That's the message that people who live in the community see and hear when we don't upkeep our parks. And when the parks finally come up for renewal, we don't budget enough. And I have the parks planners expecting me to contribute the shortfall because ISD hasn't budgeted appropriately to fund those upgrades. So I'm put on the hook to make sure that that gets done. So we as a council have to think about what we're putting into the pot to maintain our existing amenities and infrastructure in our parks and rec. We all know how much our communities love our parks, but we really, going into budget, have to think about this, about putting the right resources into parks and rec. So I had to get that off my chest. To my colleagues and Mr. Chenier, I cannot speak at any greater length how valuable wading pools are in our communities, particularly the ones that are in or near our social housing complexes. Families have not had exposure to the beach, rivers. Some are new to Canada, and a lot of children learn to swim in our wading pools, believe it or not. They're staffed. There's learn to swim programs that are run. And I hear from our family houses and other organizations the value of wading pools. And I acknowledge the expense. I acknowledge that not only the operating costs of that infrastructure, but the staffing. But there is value to have City of Ottawa staff in the communities as well, and then to talk to kids and have some programming as well. So I'm not saying we tear up this portion and exclusively go wading pools. I just want to underscore with the committee how valuable wading pools are in certain communities. And if we are going to go a splash pad route, make it a splash pad that actually is nice enough and big enough, not just one little squirter or one little stream of water. Make it a true investment that the splash pad is a draw into the community. I've seen there's a lot of different splash pads in the City of Ottawa, some big, some small. If we are going to forego building a wading pool, let's put the money in and do the splash pad correct with community consultation and investment. One question I have, and someone mentioned schools. When schools are closed, they're deemed surplus to a school board's needs. Other public entities such as the city get first dibs on acquiring that. Mr. Chenier, are we able to purchase a section of that land, like the green space? If we are in a community where green space is at a premium, are we into the future able to do this? The school closures are going to come back once the accommodation guidelines are reviewed. This is going to come back again. What is our potential in this regard?
I'll start, Chair, and then Kevin can pipe in. Certainly, when land is surplus and the school circulates it, and traditionally that has gone through the Ontario Realty Group, we are often beat to the punch by other school boards that might have an interest in the property. Certainly, we've done, I think, some minor purchases over the years, but nothing significant. There's nothing that specifically precludes it. In fact, at one point, when schools were being closed, there was consideration of us not only buying the land, but also buying the actual buildings to do programming in. We didn't do too much of that. There's very few examples of it, but it has happened. Kevin, I don't know if you're aware of specific purchases other than minor pieces.
Through you, Chair, just to answer Dan and the councillor, I know we have looked at an acquisition of the sports field portion of schools. For instance, the most recent round of closures from the Ottawa Carleton District School Board, we did make recommendation to keep certain sports field portions of school lands in city ownership. But that has not gone through to any kind of finalization yet. That was simply a recommendation to the circulation. That's all we did. And as Dan mentioned, when schools come up, they tend to get scooped by other school boards first. And so that is part of what happens. And then lastly, there are times where we have not picked up anything. So I can think of the property adjacent Nanaimo Park, in behind the Queensway Carleton area. We picked up, instead of getting any part of the schoolyard, we demanded our maximum allowable parkland dedication from the residential development that went there. So we added to our existing and abutting parkland by increasing its size through dedication instead of a deal with a sale of property.
Excellent. Thanks very much. One seed, I'll just, Mr. Chair, I'm going to conclude now. So just please give me some space here, but one thing I'd like to ask the general manager, and I raised this with my budget meeting with the city manager last year, and I said, on an annual basis, I meet with infrastructure services staff to talk about the 7-year infrastructure plan in my ward. It would be very beneficial if Parks and Rec had those meetings with city councilors on an annual basis, just to talk about the Parks Rec cultural facilities and the plan and park amenities that are coming up for renewal and where shortages exist, and have that collaborative discussion together, looking ahead and how we can work together to make that investment going forward. So I think this is, the great themes are here, and going forward, it's about making our community stronger and better, and amenities spread out across the city. I just want to plant that idea with the GM. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I can say happy to undertake that. I think it happens informally with some councillors, but if a more formalized process could be of benefit, then happy to do that. Thank you.
It's a great idea. Maybe I would bug you less, Dan. Moving on, we've got Councillor Cherney. Do you want to wait to the end? You haven't spoken yet, but we'll wait to the end. Okay. Councillor Kavanagh, please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to give a shout out to Councillor Brockington about wading pools. It's very sad that we consider them too expensive. As someone who learned to swim in wading pools and moved on to swimming more and more, I never would have got there without wading pools. And I think they're incredibly valuable. But what I wanted to ask about was staffing. This is an ambitious report in terms of what we're looking at doing. And I'm finding that that each time we do a project and look at something, and I'm talking about your staff in the Parks and Recreation, it's very time consuming. They're very intense. And I don't know what budget asks you're going to have, but I would like to know to have this happen, to move forward on moving towards these goals. Is there going to be more Parks and Recreation staff? Because as councillors, I just find that it's so intense, that everything is so detailed. You have to do so much consultation with the community, which is, of course, who is the ones who are going to use it. Of course, you want their input all the time. And it's very labor intensive. And I think your staff are stretched. I'll put it that way. And I want to know if that's part of a budget look at, because I think it's needed to do a good job. Otherwise, it's a dream. We have to have feet on the ground to make this happen.
Dan, do you want me to take a shot? Or
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
All right, chairs. So regarding current staffing, I want to point out, and right at my very beginning of this, I was thanking staff for the effort they put into this. This is actually a staff written report.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen often in this city, but it is happening because of the speed. We can operate at a different level, but by doing and taking on major assignments like this, yes, it has an impact on our ability to deliver day to day. And so my apologies if we've been slow to react or you've seen how much, but yes, I actually agree with Councillor Kavanaugh in the sense of our level of commitment to a project has increased over time. You know, when I look at our commitment for everything from engagement processes to, and also the level of engagement, plus the amount of meetings that are held, plus the amount of design detail that we are now required to do. You know, where in the past you could slap up something with 4 walls and a roof, now there is an awful lot more that is required before you can actually consider that even a viable project. Our own internal city processes, you know, when infrastructure services introduced their own new way of doing business, where I used to have a single form I would fill out to activate a new project, there's now a few months of effort that goes into that. Into a major form of a project charter. I am not slighting the project charter. It's picking up a lot of the mistakes we had in the past, which is probably the reason why we have a project charter now. It just means more hours and more time. So staffing wise, there is no plan to increase staffing, but I will be needing to look at redistributing staffing once I get off major projects such as a Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan and bring people back to the bread and butter as well. And that is, it's a constantly moving thing. And also I just have to point out, as with every other workplace, we go through change. The problem I have in my area in particular is there's not one university course that says you're a parks planner who's wearing a hat of a building person, a hat of a parks person, a hat of a policy person. So my hiring is based on, do you have some of the skill sets, but more importantly, do you have the acumen to learn the rest? And so that as I go through staffing changes, we've had people come and go, but I think you'll notice we have a very high performing staff, perhaps overworked, but bless them for their efforts. They are doing the best they can at the moment.
I appreciate it. I just see so much more coming down the line, and I know we want to do a good job, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all, Kevin, you know, Dan, Selma. A lot of work's gone into this, many hours. I don't think people, you know, that are participating in this committee's meeting don't realize how much background and discussion took place to be able to get together what seems to be you know, a balanced and achievable document going forward. Reminding people it's 187 pages. That's not a small document, so there's a lot in there. So I'm really hoping that we can move forward in this direction. I did have a couple of quick questions for you, actually. One of them, and I know we're not supposed to talk cost, but this one's always in my mind, and I don't know why, and I don't know if it's Dan or Kevin, but the cost of splash pads. I know, I see the eye rolls, and our interpretation as a municipality versus other municipalities on how the water exits really has increased the cost of our splash pads quite a bit. And I know this is a completely separate offline discussion, but it's one that I keep raising time and again, why we're paying, you know, $400,000 for a splash pad versus like a Toronto, which is $250 because they have a different way of filtering on the way out. Do we have any clarity on how that is changing, or are we stuck with the ruling we have?
Chair, and I think Kevin can correct me if I don't get this exactly right, but yeah, we did hit a bit of a speed bump on splash pads at one point where we were told they had to drain out to sanitary rather than storm sewers. Luckily, that got resolved because that was
Okay,
adding
good.
50, 60, 70,000, depending on your distance away from a sanitary sewer.
Oh, good.
But our costs no longer, and Kevin, you can confirm that's true. We no longer are required to drain out to sanitary. We can go to storm, but we still have to go to storm. And in some parks, the storm sewer is not close by. So often the premium you're paying in the park for selecting where you want to put a splash pad is impacted by the length of the pipe, essentially, the excavation, bringing in utilities. But that sewer problem was resolved a couple of years ago.
Oh, good. Well, it shows how much CIL I actually ever have to be able to spend on splash pads. So I'm glad next time I actually can get a couple of dollars together in my CIL account, I'll actually be able to maybe afford something, which is great. And again, I just wanted to say thank you. There was a tremendous amount of work put into this. And I think it was a good discussion today. Even, you guys, your department's always been helpful. Even, when you come and say, well, it might take a little seed money for CIL. Look what we've done. We have the Pineview Community Hub. It was an old fire station. Now it's serving a community where they get to actually run the programming and do a lot of good things in there. We see it with the Beacon Hill Community Center. That would never got a kickstart if there wasn't a little bit of seed money in there. So anyway, I think there's a lot of good discussions ahead, especially when it comes to the CIL component. But I just want to say thank you for all the great work you've done. And that's it today, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. It was a great discussion today. We have some motions to deal with prior to voting on the report as a whole. So on the first flurry motion on the inclusion of the Anti-Racism Secretariat lens, is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. On the second flurry motion with regards to complexes, is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. On the third flurry motion with regards to arenas, is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. On the final flurry motion with regards to gymnasiums, is this motion carried?
Can you put it back up on the screen just because it was supposed to be changed because there was some, the wording was wrong in 3 places actually.
That's right. Can we please get the final version of the gymnasiums motion up on screen?
One moment, please, Chair.
Of course.
Melody would have had it up by now.
We're very lucky to be served by wonderful, wonderful technical staff. So thank you for that, Eric.
So just want to ask, while it's up here, that the city recommit to prioritizing the development of city-owned and city-owned what? Obviously city-owned gymnasiums, and increase the number to lower the provision as opportunities arise for city-run gymnasiums?
Chair, if I may, I think I'd want to encourage the mover of this motion to maybe bring it back to council in somewhat clearer form.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So I move referral to council, and then it can be adjusted between now and then.
Does anyone wish to speak on referral?
No, carried on referral.
On referral, carried.
Thank you.
Carried. Wonderful. Thank you for that. On the Tierney motion for larger fields, is this motion carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Much. Pardon my timer. On the report as amended, is this motion carried? Or this report carried?
Mr. Chair, did Councillor Kavanaugh withdraw her motion about the 40%?
Indeed, it was put forward as a direction to staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, the direction to staff now.
Thank you.
So just one last time, is the report carried?
Carried.
Carried. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for the thoughtful and very cordial discussion today. We truly appreciate it. Councillor or Chair Gower, would you like to wrap us up on adjournment? We figure we might as well get you to do a little bit of work today.
Yeah, if I can find my mute. I'd like to move that we adjourn this meeting.
I should do yays and nays just to see how many of the 18 of us actually stuck around. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Carried.
That used to be Alex Collins' style, so
I know.
Alex always wants to take a yay nay on.
I'm like a right-leaning Alex Cullen.
Okay, there you go.
Well, I can't think of a higher note to go out on. Thank you very much to members of both the Planning Committee and CPS for joining us today for a very fruitful discussion. Truly, truly appreciate everyone. And this meeting is adjourned. Until next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
A reminder to any media who is watching that in 15 minutes, we will have an availability with members of staff and myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, chairs. Chair.
Bye-bye. Take care.